Good morning, and I'd like to call to order the April 19th, 2022 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors here in the Santa Maria Hearing Room. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Supervisor Nelson, Supervisor Lavanino,
Here.
Supervisor Williams,
Here.
Supervisor Hart,
Here.
and Chair Hartman.
Here,
Let the
please
record
stand and
reflect-
join me for the pledge.
Let the record reflect that Supervisor Nelson is absent today.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And the next item of business is to approve the minutes from April 5th, 2022. May I have a motion
So moved.
and a second? Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Passes unanimously. Do we have a CEO's report today, Ms. Miyasato?
Chair Hartman, we do just a couple of announcements. Just as part of my CEO reports, I'll be just giving the board some brief announcements on what's happening in some of our departments. So in the fire district, vegetation management projects currently are underway, including in San Antonio Creek and 70 acres in the San Marcos foothills, the Lompoc Valley fuel reduction project of 2,500 acres in the Burton Mesa area, and the Spalding Midland prescribed fire area of 1,000 acres in the San Ynez Valley and Tepesquay vegetation management project of 2,800 acres in Tepesquay. The fire department is collaborating with the Santa Barbara County Fire Safe Council in the grant-funded regional wildfire mitigation program with the primary goal of bringing our communities into the Firewise USA program. The department will begin defensible space inspections beginning in June, at the beginning of the month. Our clerk recorder assessor, they are continuing as they always do to run an efficient and excellent election season. And so the county registrar of voters office continues to seek community members interested in working in the June 7th statewide direct primary elections. Poll workers serve a vital role in supporting our democracy. To be a poll worker, you must be a registered or pre-registered voter in the state of California or lawfully admitted for permanent residence in the United States. Be available to serve election day from approximately 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Be available to attend a mandatory training class during the week of May 23rd. High school students are also encouraged to apply. And for more information, you can go to our website at www.countyofsb.org. And finally, our behavioral wellness department is excited to announce that its alcohol drug program has opted into a new pilot project to treat the stimulant use problem in our county, particularly regarding methamphetamines and cocaine. The model is called contingency management and will be fully covered under as a drug Medi-Cal benefit beginning in the fall of this year. This is an evidence-based practice that recognizes and reinforces individual positive behavior change consistent with treatment goals, including medication adherence, as well as substance and stimulant non-use. The pilot will provide motivational incentives for non-use of stimulants, and it's proven to be very effective in reducing and eliminating methamphetamine and cocaine use. So they are excited about that pilot. And that concludes my reports.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Chair Hartman and members of the board. Yes, thank you. I have quite a few announcements this morning. First, I'd like to announce that we posted an addendum to today's agenda on Friday, April 15th, adding administrative item number 30 to our agenda. Administrative item number 30 is sponsored by Chair Hartman, and it is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of April 2022 as National Arab American Heritage Month in Santa Barbara County. Additionally, I have a brief announcement on administrative item number 3. 8.3 is from the Behavioral Wellness Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a renewal of contractor on payroll COP agreements for fiscal year 2022 through 2023 with Fred Burge, MD, and Mary Pat Sweeney, RN. Prior to the board acting on this item in accordance with Government Code Section 54953, Subdivision C3, Dr. Burge and Ms. Sweeney's salary information shall be summarized verbally, which I will go ahead and read into the record now. Dr. Burge's total contract compensation for the period of July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2023 is in an amount not to exceed $132,912. Ms. Sweeney's total contract compensation for the period of July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2023 is in an amount not to exceed $48,476. Additionally, I have a minor correction to announce regarding administrative item number 5. Administrative item number 5 is from the Community Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding Goleta Valley Library Advisory Commission member recommendations for reappointment, and this should reflect that this is in the 2nd and 3rd districts and not the 1st and 3rd districts. Additionally, we received a request from staff to trail administrative item number 8 till after closed session. Administrative item number 8 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding state general fund allocation from the California Natural Resources Agency fiscal year 2021 through 2022 for the Foothills Forever project. Additionally, we received a memorandum from the Public Works Department yesterday, Monday, April 18th, requesting administrative item number 21 be set for a hearing on May 17th, 2022. Administrative item number 21 is from the Public Works Department. It is to set a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Santa Maria River Levee Trail Study, and this is in the 5th District. And again, this is a request to set a hearing on May 17th, 2022 in Santa Barbara. Additionally, I would like to let the public know that we will be taking departmental item number 4 immediately following departmental item number 1 with a time estimate of 10:20 a.m. this morning. And just to let the public know, departmental item number 4 is from the Public Health Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a presentation on animal services, city and jurisdictional contract fee scenarios. And again, we will slightly be taking our agenda out of order and taking that up immediately following departmental item number 1 around 10:20 this morning. Additionally, I would like to remind the public that the Board of Supervisors meetings are being interpreted and broadcast live in Spanish. We are broadcasting our meetings in Spanish both for Cox Cable subscribers in South County, as well as Comcast cable subscribers in North County. Members of the public can now view our meetings in Spanish by turning on the secondary audio programming, also known as SAP or SAP, under their language settings. That information is currently being provided through the TV scroll. Lastly, I would like to remind the public who are participating in our meeting today of the board's updated methods of public participation. For the Board of Supervisors methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Members of the public can attend meetings in person, both in the Santa Barbara Board Hearing Room chambers, as well as the Santa Maria Board Hearing Room chambers. Please note the board is following all local and state guidelines and are currently no longer requiring face coverings indoors. If you attend the board meeting in person, you will no longer be required to wear a face covering, but please be advised that the Public Health Department is still strongly encouraging all county staff and members of the public to mask and socially distance themselves in crowded areas. I would also like to remind the public that if you require any special accommodations, please contact the clerk of the board to make that request, preferably on the Friday prior to the board meeting. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment virtually may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2 of our agenda. After registering, you will receive a confirmation email containing important information about joining the meeting. Once the chair has announced the item you want to comment on, please join the meeting with the information provided. You will be placed on mute until it is your turn to speak. The clerk will call you by name, and when removed from mute, you will hear a notification that your line has been unmuted. If you are using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Each person may address the board for up to 3 minutes, and this is at the discretion of the chair. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board at area code 805-568-2240. Lastly, the only items which affect the approval of the administrative agenda is the correction to the affected districts on administrative item 5, to trail administrative item number 8 till after closed session, and the request to set a hearing date on administrative item number 21 to May 17th, 2022. And I would also lastly just like to remind the public who are logged in via Zoom for today's departmental item number 4, animal services, that will be this morning around 10:20. And that concludes my announcements for today.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So turning to our administrative agenda, would any board members like to pull any items on the administrative agenda today?
A19, please.
A19. Any others? Okay, and from the public, Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have requests to speak on A9, A24, and A28.
All right, let's take A9, go in order.
Chair Hartman and members of the board. Administrative item number 9 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding an agreement with REACH for the preparation of a comprehensive economic development strategy. And we have one request to speak on this item, and we are going to Zoom with Andy Caldwell. Andy?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Andy Caldwell representing CoLab. I have some very good friends that are working with REACH, and I'm going to tell you the same thing I've told them. And Mike Brown, who is now my colleague with CoLab, and as you know, was a former county administrator, is of the same opinion as me, because the county of SLO was giving REACH money long before you considered it. Whereas I believe the intention to try to replace the jobs lost from Diablo is a worthy one. It's been my observation that REACH is spending more time actually reporting on what other people are doing rather than actually doing the work of recruitment and economic development themselves. Even one of the last reports that they submitted to your board, they contracted out. And I honestly, I was part of PIT, the process improvement team, for 7 years that Supervisors Centeno and Schwartz started. And we were allowed only to deal with ministerial permits, not discretionary permits, to try to streamline things. In my 31 years with CoLab, we have dealt with people trying to do business here. And we believe if you want to improve the economy, you've got to do a couple of things. Number one, you've got to make sure that permits and the permit process is timely and certain. People are not going to try to create jobs here, in the words of Motorola, in a black hole of environmental review. You need timeliness and certainty in your permit process. And the other thing is the issue of environmental considerations and concerns. I remember Harold Fletcher, former county supervisor, once mentioned he tried to get a helicopter assembly factory here. And he was going through the process, and somebody from P&D, now this was years ago, I admit, just told him, we will never let you build that here. And the question is if you really want to help poor people, you need to be able to move them from menial labor to industrial and factory jobs. But the environmental obstacles to doing that are virtually insurmountable. You know, REACH wants to do high tech. That's not going to help people that don't have a high school education or don't speak English. You're not helping the people that need the better paying jobs through these programs. As much as we want high-end jobs at Vandenberg and the like, the people, if you want upward mobility, the people that are working in the fields or doing manual labor need to be able to grow into manufacturing industrial jobs.
That is your time, Mr. Caldwell.
All right.
And so turning to A19.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 19 is from the Public Health Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding donations of pharmaceutical replenishments and safety net support from Direct Relief International to the Public Health Department, and there is a 4/5 vote required on this item.
Supervisor Hart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to highlight this wonderful gift from the Direct Relief International. They're an outstanding organization, works globally to assist people in disasters and emergencies. And we have such a great working relationship with the Public Health Department. that has been tested during our own emergencies and disasters. But this particular contribution of $341,000 in pharmaceutical replenishments provides a safety net for our local low-income residents. Public health is able to assist those individuals with the replenishments from DRI so that needed medications are available to Santa Barbara County residents. And it's just a wonderful working relationship we have with DRI. We're so fortunate that their headquarters are here and their commitment is so strong to the residents of Santa Barbara County. So just want to say thank you.
Indeed. Turning then, we'll hold on A24 and go to A28.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 28 is from the Community Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding the County of Santa Barbara Racial Equity Fund Grant disbursement recommendations. And we have one request to speak on this item, and we are returning to Zoom with Andy Caldwell. Andy?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Andy Caldwell representing CoLab. I'm not exactly sure where Supervisor Nelson is this morning because we were hoping he'd be here for this item. As he did mention that he was not going to be voting for this unless he approved of the grantees, at least in the original hearing. We do not support this item for a number of reasons. Number one, we believe this is patronage. This is funding activists in the community, and it is a form of patronage. If people want to start a nonprofit, the gauge of the success of the nonprofit is their ability to raise money from the private sector, not get handouts from a woke board of supervisors. You know, when I watched the Black Lives Matter parade in Santa Barbara, I distinctly was offended by the fact that the two organizers held a megaphone in the face of Mayor Kathy Murillo, telling her, "You are a passing white woman." That's what they said to her. "You are a passing white woman." Now, here's a daughter of a gangbanger from LA that becomes the first Latino mayor of Santa Barbara. And they said, "You are a passing white woman." I wouldn't give them $1 of my own money, let alone you give them $100,000 of taxpayer money. Why? Why not let Santa Barbara do it if they want to? How is this the county's business? What are they going to do with the money? You're just giving them a blank check. You know what? You could give them money out of your own pockets instead of pretending that you have the authority and the moral high ground to give them taxpayer money. You know, Dawson and Greg, why don't you just hold a fundraiser for them and see how much private sector money you could raise for them or any of the other organizations on this item? What's wrong with that plan? There's a phrase about staying in your lane. You just veered off the road. This is patronage. Encourage you, hold a fundraiser, call your donor list, which is extensive, and raise the money that way. Save this for something that's in the people's business. That's the people's business. That deals with assets and interest of the people at large. This is taxpayer dollars. You have no right to spend it on this program.
And that is your time, Mr. Caldwell.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we do have a couple additional requests to speak on this item. We are going next to Dr. Lee Mattinson on Zoom, to be followed by Rachel Johnson. Dr. Lee Mattinson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, try to speak up a little louder if you can.
How about this? Is this better?
A bit.
Okay. Well, good morning to the Board of Supervisors and all of the participants today. My name is Dr. Neil H. Matson. And I do appreciate the feedback from Mr. Caldwell, spoke with a lot of passion. The funding that we're discussing today was not what this was not what the committee advocated for. And why this fund brief this funding for the county, after consulting with community organizers, leaders, and weighing out pros and cons moving forward, not moving forward. We, fund
We're having some difficulty hearing. Let's see if we can correct this. Hold just one moment.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, I do believe that might be on Dr. Lee Mattinson's side since our previous caller was clear. If you can get closer to your microphone, Dr. Lee Mattinson, that would be much appreciated. We have muted the timer, so perhaps we can try that.
I'll try that. I'll try that. Even next, I think there's something going. I'll try back.
That sounds better.
It just sounds a bit muffled, like you're far away, or maybe there's something in front of your microphone, perhaps. Oh, she just logged out. So let's go ahead with Rachel Johnson. And when Dr. Lee Mattinson returns, we'll give her her 2 minutes remaining. Rachel Johnson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Excellent. Thank you so much. My name is Rachel Johnson. I'm the Chief Program Officer at the Santa Barbara City College Foundation in South County. And I just wanted to come here today. I am also a volunteer for the Fund for Santa Barbara, and I've been a member of the committee that's been working on this project for a number of months. And I'm calling really just to express my gratitude to the Board of Supervisors. Thank you for taking the leadership and being proactive with having these conversations with each other and with the community throughout the county. This was an incredible process to be a part of, and I'm very proud that we're able to present to you this work. Where really, seeing this kind of broad support for organizations that are serving our youth through incredible educational services, looking at ways to preserve the incredibly diverse cultural heritage that we have throughout the county. And I just, it's really been wonderful to learn so much about the breadth of work in this county that really is celebrating what Santa Barbara is. So I wanted to come and thank you for your leadership on this. And we look forward to more of this work in the future and really broadening this work with you as partners. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we will now return with Dr. Lee Mattinson. And we do have an additional request by Chelsea Lancaster.
And with that, I'll close public comment on this item.
Thank you, Chair Hartman. So Rachel will be our last speaker, but we will now go to Dr. Lee Mattinson.
Is this better?
Much better.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Dr. Leonie H. Matheson, and I want to echo what Rachel Johnson just shared. We really appreciate the board considering this item. We've been part of this review process for a couple of months, and as a Black executive in Santa Barbara County, I do appreciate the opportunity to move this agenda item forward. We felt strongly that if we did not take this on, the funds would not make it to the community. The option to have the county develop its own process would have taken more time. We felt strongly that we have the fund has a proven track record in engaging the community in these types of grants, and so we have a vision, of change. Not to say we want the change, but I'm really excited to see that we are being the change that we want to see in this county around the topic of.
You're fading out now. Are you doing anything differently? We heard you really well at the beginning.
No, I am standing still. Is this better?
No, unfortunately, Dr. Lee Mattinson, we cannot hear you at all any longer. So there any way you can get a little bit closer to your microphone? You were nice and clear when you started out.
Right here, close to the microphone. Is this better?
No, unfortunately, we cannot hear you. I would like to note there is a phone number on that invitation that you received the link. If you have an ability to call into our meeting with that phone number, we can go to our final speaker and you have 1 minute left to finish out your comments.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And we will go to Chelsea Lancaster to be followed by Dr. Lee Mattinson.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, community members. I also wanted to echo the appreciation for the really a really courageous thing that the Board of Supervisors and County of Santa Barbara has opted to really take serious the growing racial equity gaps in our community. This is both historical and this is present. If you look at the Fund for Santa Barbara Central Coast Regional Equity Study that used rigorous community engaged research, it really bears, sorry, I wasn't prepared to speak, but it really shows how deep the inequities are in our county, particularly along the lines of race, gender, and class. The work that organizations like Healing Justice Santa Barbara, Gateway Educational Services, and the others that are listed is really, really critical for communities of color to not just engage in, work around education and activism, fighting things like gentrification in our communities. It's really about preserving all of that historical wisdom, and what we need to do is really sort of stop the bleeding in our county when it comes to the growing wealth inequities, again, really, really apparent along the lines of race and class. So this is an important investment. It's not just a moral investment. If you really look at the outcomes of that study, it's also an economic one. So again, want to thank you for the work, want to thank everybody that worked on this. I know it was a really heavy lift, but this is the kind of bold decisions that we need to be making in our communities to really close those gaps. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Chair Hartman, members of the board, I just wanted to announce that Dr. Lee Mattinson has called in, so we will go to her now. And Dr. Lee Mattinson, just a friendly reminder, using a touch tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, we're hearing you.
Awesome. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is Dr. Leonie H. Massachusetts. Thank you so much for allowing me to call back in. As I was saying earlier, as a Black executive of cause, I work here in Santa Barbara County and live here. I just want to applaud the board for moving this agenda item forward. This is a bold, it is courageous, it's transformative, and I am just so pleased to say that the board is not only wanting to see change, but being the change that you want to see. I have been part of the review committee, and we felt strongly that if we did not take this on, the funds will not make it to the community. The option to have the county develop its own process would have taken more time. And we also felt that the Fund for Santa Barbara do have a track record of engaging the community in these types of grant opportunities. So, I just want to echo what my other colleagues have shared, that this is a bold move forward. We need this change now, not tomorrow. Andy, I appreciate all your feedback. You spoke with a lot of passion, but this is beyond words now. We need to see action, and we need to see the action taken by the Black community in partnership with the Board of Supervisors to truly realize and experience the change that we want to see in this county. So again, thank you all so very much for considering this agenda item. And that's all I wanted to share for today.
Thank you for your persistence.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. And so now we're ready to approve the balance of the administrative agenda. And that is A5, a change in the district, A21, a change in the hearing date, and A8 will be excluded. We'll trail that until after closed session. So may I have a motion?
Before we get to the motion, I just wanted to thank the Fund for Santa Barbara for helping us being a partner in the grant applications that the members of the public spoke to on the previous item. You know, they had a difficult job because they had so many different applicants that applied for the money. We had, I think, of $270,000 that was available to the fund to support programs that are working to improve the culture, the policy, and systems change to advance racial equity and justice. And the fund worked through all those applications and came forward with a really solid list of organizations. Some of the members of the public mentioned a couple of them, but there are also the Santa Maria and Lompoc NAACP and the Martin Luther King Day and Committee organizations that are going to provide services countywide. So just appreciate all the work that the volunteers for the Fund for Santa Barbara put in time to help us make these grants possible to improve equity in Santa Barbara County.
Thank you, Supervisor Hart. Supervisor Williams?
And I just want to thank those organizations, NAACP, Healing Justice, Martin Luther King Day celebration, and Gateway for doing this work before these grants ever came on a shoestring in many cases. And the fund for having a process. It was obvious that they didn't really want to do it, but I'm glad that they did it because it's important to have a separation from us to this process, right? And I think it was a better process to have the fund do it.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. When looking at these organizations, there are a lot of them have different strategies, and the reason why I'm going to support this is that I think it's important that every voice is heard, regardless if it's somebody I agree with or I don't personally agree with a certain strategy. That doesn't nullify their work. And I was very glad to see North County. Even though the Fund for Santa Barbara, I know they talk a lot about the North County, but I was just glad to see like the NAACP funded. And I think this is going to give volume to some of the voices that have been silenced in the past. So I'm looking forward to being part of that.
Thank you. That's an elegant way to phrase it. So with that, going to the balance of the agenda, may I have a motion?
I would move approval of the balance of the consent calendar agenda.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The agenda is passed. Turning to our resolutions, administrative item number 24. Madam Clerk, would you read that into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 24 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Lavanino. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Mary Housel for her service to the advancement and development of the county library system and her service to this community. And joining us in person today, we have Mary Housel. And if you can please join us at the podium, I'll go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas Mary Housel, a longtime resident of Santa Barbara County, has been instrumental in the advancement and development of the North County Library System. And whereas under Mary Housel's leadership, both Orchid 2012 and Cuyama 2013 branch libraries moved into new buildings. And whereas because of Mary's guidance and help from the Friends of the Los Alamos Library, the Los Alamos Library 2015 was both relocated and renovated after 17 years of closure since 1988. And whereas Mary has worked closely with friends groups to write grants to bring Wi-Fi and other new technology to all branches, including the youth learning computers and self-checkout stations at Orchid. And whereas she oversaw the navigation of library services for the main library and all branches throughout the pandemic. And whereas Mary formed the nonprofit Santa Maria Public Library Foundation 2014 to benefit the main Santa Maria Public Library and all branch libraries. And whereas the foundation has been instrumental in fundraising for added library services, and through the foundation, Chromebooks were purchased for after-school student use at all branch locations, and the local community history photographic displays and collections were purchased and installed at all libraries. And whereas through Mary's time serving on the Santa Barbara County Library Advisory Committee, she contributed helpful work for strategic planning for the county branches, including analyzing data and setting standards of service for staffing, programs, and services at all libraries. And she worked with the county to bring increased funding for unincorporated branch libraries, including the 3 in the Santa Maria zone, Cuyama, Orcutt, and Los Alamos. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County recognizes Mary Housel for her service to this community, passed and adopted today.
A sign that librarians are beloved, and particularly you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this recognition today for my 10 years of service to the Santa Barbara County Libraries. I want to thank you and many of the people that came today to support me for all of your work on behalf of libraries. It's so important, and we're so understated that sometimes it doesn't stand out, but really there's so many people helping and rooting for libraries, and thank you all for supporting my team and accomplishing what we did in my 10 years. My choice to become a librarian has proved to be one of the best life decisions I made. Working in libraries over 45 years, supporting the principles of democracy and making a difference in people's lives through library services has been rewarding and fulfilling. It's been my pleasure to bring my expertise, knowledge, and vision to public libraries in Santa Barbara County. I know some of you have personal library connections while growing up, and my own inspiration for libraries and library work began at an early age in Long Beach, where I grew up. My first job in high school was with the North Long Beach Branch Library in a special intern program for low-income kids. Libraries continued to be a centerpiece in my life through college, and I was the first in my family to get a bachelor's degree. Meeting my father-in-law, my husband's right there, Tom, my father-in-law, a Purple Heart veteran and library director for Ontario Public Library, cemented my career choice. Through my career, I'm proud to have mentored a number of librarians, including my niece and others, including many of the staff at the Santa Maria Public Library who've gone on to get library degrees. To conclude, I want to give a thank you to my family, my husband, Tom, and my son, Chris, for standing by me through my career. And a thank you to all of you for your support of libraries, to George and Ryder in the county, to the Library Advisory Committee, the Zone 3 staff, and all library supporters that are here. We have people from the Santa Maria Library Board of Trustees, the Orcutt Friends, some Minerva Club members, and the Library Foundation. Some past library board members. Thank you guys all so much for coming. I had no idea they were coming today. And again, I'm just moved and humbled by your kindness in recognizing me. So thank you so much for that.
And Madam Clerk, we had someone, public speaker on this item.
Yes, Chair Hartman and members of the board, we do have a request to speak from one of Mary's many admirers, Carol Greger. Carol?
I'd first of all like to say thank you to the Board of Supervisors for presenting this honor and this recognition for Mary. As a community member and a member of the Friends of the Orcutt Library, we first became acquainted with Mary back when it was her first year here. We had a board at the time, Friends of the Library Board, that they were getting a little bit older. They had seen a change, and the board was ready to collapse. And Mary came to the storytellers 4 storytellers in Orchid, and she said, "Are you interested in being a board member? We're not going to have a board anymore." We didn't know what that was, but we said, "Sure, we'll do that." And my point is that Mary made personal connections. She empowered people. She, not just at the Orchid Library, but all the branches as well as Maine. She was a mentor. She encouraged 2 of our board members to sign up to apply for the Library Advisory Committee, and we both serve on that. She offered to drive us, and on the way, she mentored us. And on the way back, she mentored us. She taught us how to write grants. She was there every step of the way. For the Orchid Library, the results have been phenomenal. Pre-COVID 2018, we had 38,000 patron visits. In 2019, we had 48,000, a little bit more. That's a 10,000 growth, and then COVID hit. So when you hear voices from the Orchid Library, friends, you know that we are grateful. We are so grateful for Mary's leadership, the connection she makes with the community, her belief in empowering people to go forward on their own. She motivates us, and we want to thank her and thank the board for the supervisors for your continued support of our county libraries.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, turning to administrative item number 25.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 25 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Elisa Ann Ponce upon her retirement from the Sheriff's Office after over 26 years of faithful and distinguished services to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Elisa Ponce and our Sheriff, Bill Brown. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas Elisa Ann Ponce retired from county service on Thursday, March 31st, 2022, having faithfully served the Sheriff's Office for over 26 years, during which she served as Sheriff's Records Specialist, Administrative Office Professional, and Administrative Office Professional Senior. And whereas Elisa Ann Ponce started her career with Santa Barbara County on April 10th, 1995, as a record specialist. She promoted to administrative office professional in 2016. During her 26 years of service, she has worked in various capacities, which include the Warrants Bureau and the Criminal Records Bureau in sheriff stations throughout the county. And whereas Elisa Ann Ponce throughout her career provided the employees of the Sheriff's Office positive leadership and professionalism, allowing her to rise steadily through the organization, attaining the rank of Administrative Office Professional Senior. And whereas Elisa Ann Ponce provided the citizens of Santa Barbara County extraordinary professionalism and sensitive law enforcement service while dedicating her life to the pursuit of justice. And whereas Elisa Ann Ponce's knowledge, skills, and experience contributed greatly to the overall professionalism and the goals of the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office, as well as the objectives of the county. Now, therefore, it is hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors commends Elisa Ann Ponce for her faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County, congratulates her upon her retirement, and wishes her continued good health and many years of happiness. Passed and adopted today.
Brown.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, thank you for honoring Elise this way for her more than a quarter century of service to Santa Barbara and to the Sheriff's Office. And as you can see, she started with us when she was 12. So it's been quite a journey. She comes from good stock. She's related to the person that this building is named after, Joe Centeno. So public service, I think, was in her veins when she was young, and she pursued that quest and came and worked for us. She has developed a reputation of being someone who is the go-to person for any administrative need that there is in the North County. And she has been a tremendous asset to our organization. I often say that people like Elise are often the unsung heroes and heroines of our organization. The sworn officers oftentimes get the limelight, but the reality is that the people like Elise, the support staff, are the people that are really the glue that holds our organization together. So I just want to say on behalf of all the men and women of the Sheriff's Office, whose honor and pleasure it's been to work with you, Elise, congratulations on a job well done. We're very proud of you. Excellent work.
Oh, nice. I just want to say thank you for the honor. I will cherish this forever. So just thank you. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, turning to item number 26.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 26 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Deputy Charlie Uhrig upon his retirement from the Sheriff's Office after over 20 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. And joining us today, we have Solvang Mayor Charlie Uhrig and Sheriff Bill Brown. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas Charlie Uhrig retired from county service on Thursday, March 31st, 2022, having faithfully served the Sheriff's Office for over 20 years, during which he served as a Sheriff's Deputy. And whereas Charlie Uhrig started his career with Santa Barbara County on July 9th, 2001, and as a Deputy Sheriff. During his 20 years of service, he has worked in various capacities, which included patrol, solving community resource deputy, and court services. And whereas Charlie Uhrig provided the citizens of Santa Barbara County extraordinary professionalism and sensitive law enforcement service while dedicating his life to the pursuit of justice. And whereas Charlie Uhrig's knowledge, skills, and experience contributed greatly to the overall professionalism and the goals of the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office, as well as the objectives of the county. Now, therefore, it is hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors commends Charlie Uhrig for his faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County, congratulates him upon his retirement, and wishes him and his wife, Tara, continued good health and many years of happiness, passed and adopted today.
Chair Hartman, members of the board, again, thank you for honoring Charlie in this way for his tremendous service to our county and our Sheriff's Office. Charlie is, without question, what I would call the personification of what community policing is all about. He's worked a variety of assignments, but he will always be remembered as being in his most prominent role as the community resource deputy in the city of Solvang. And in that role and in that capacity, he got to know the community inside out. Everybody in town knew Charlie Uhrig, and it was to the point where after he retired, he took this little retirement job called being the mayor of Solvang, ran for that and got elected handily. And he is continuing to stay connected to Solvang in a very special way. But Charlie is really someone who cares. He's really someone who has a heart for service to others. And we are just so grateful for his service to our organization. He personifies what is really has been a tough year for us in terms of retirements. We always have a significant number of retirements because we're a large organization. But this year we had 29 people retire from organization, and we lost over 700 years of experience in the Sheriff's Office. And Charlie's contributions to organization are legion, and we are appreciative of all of that as well. And besides all of that, he also plays a mean bass guitar. So he's a great musician as well. And we appreciate all that he does and all that he has done in the service of others. So Charlie, and again, on behalf of all the men and women of the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Office, congratulations on a career to be proud of and a job especially well done. Great job.
Thank you so much for this honor of being able to serve the community. It was my dream job. I got in at a late age. I persevered, and I just hope I tried to do things with my community that would benefit everyone from kids up to seniors, which now I am. But I really have enjoyed being able to be a deputy and to be in law enforcement. And I just would encourage every one of you out in the public, don't forget any of us. We're here really to serve you and to be a part of you and to protect you and to help all of us get through every single day, every single minute, every single hour to get through that day safely and to be able to make it home to your families. And that's really what our mission has always been. I'm still already back as extra help. I couldn't stay away. So I'm still working part-time. You'll see me in Solvang working events. Sometimes wearing the hat of the deputy sheriff, other times as the mayor of Solvang. So you won't have to miss me for too long. But again, I really appreciate this opportunity to be able to work for Santa Barbara County. I reflect, I was 46 when I got the notice that had that same letterhead accepting me into the sheriff's department, or to be able to be a deputy sheriff trainee and to go through the academy and then come out. I didn't think I'd make it this long, but it was really my honor to be able to serve all of you guys. Thank you very much for this honor.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor
I
Hart.
just want to quickly say to Charlie, I'm not sure which is a more difficult job, being a law enforcement officer or a mayor, but I really appreciate your public service and your commitment to the community. It's really been a pleasure working with you in your role as mayor.
Yeah, I have to just put an exclamation point on the community resources deputy and being really the quintessential model of community policing. And I think the fact that he was so handily elected as mayor is an example of that. And he'll be playing at a winery this weekend. And he's at many community celebrations, and he plays with his son in a band too. Madam Clerk, turning to item number 27.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 27 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of April 2022 as National Poetry Month in Santa Barbara County and recognizing outstanding student poets Madeline Miller, Kundai Chikawero, and Sierra Mayoral. And joining us via Zoom, we have Madeline Miller. And before we go to Zoom, I'm going to go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas the Academy of American Poets has designated April as National Poetry Month to highlight the extraordinary achievements and ongoing legacy of American poets and increase the accessibility of self-expression in our communities. And whereas the County of Santa Barbara supports programs such as Poetry Out Loud and the Youth Poet Laureate, providing young adults new opportunities for learning creative writing, poetry, spoken word, college preparation, literature, and hip hop to support development and engagement. And whereas Madeline Miller from San Marcos High School has been selected as the Santa Barbara County inaugural Youth Poet Laureate, and Kundai Chikawero, a Dos Pueblos High School graduate, has been selected as the Santa Barbara County inaugural Youth Poet Ambassador by the California Poets in the Schools. And whereas Sierra Mayoral from Carpinteria High School has been selected as the California State Champion of the Poetry Ourselves Writing Contest with the poem Crossed and Cautious. And whereas in these endeavors, Madeline Miller, Kundai Chikawero, and Sierra Mayoral represent Santa Barbara County as they join students from around the state and nation in celebration of excellence in writing, public speaking, and communication. And now therefore let it hereby be ordered and resolved that April be proclaimed as National Poetry Month in Santa Barbara County, and residents are encouraged to participate in the free public poetry programs offered by numerous community organizations, including the public library system. And be it further resolved and hereby ordered that this Board of Supervisors congratulates Madeline Miller, Kundai Chikawero, Sierra Mayoral, and all participating students for their exceptional efforts and accomplishments in the advancement of poetry, passed and adopted today. And before we go to Madeline Miller, we do have a brief video to show of Kundai Chikawero, who unfortunately was unable to attend our meeting today. And we will go to that now. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kundai, and I'm going to be reading my poem called Family. Ours is a family bound together, bound by love in a never-ending circle, in an indefinite loop. A family that stays together succeeds together, hurdling obstacles like one in unison. In the circle of love, memories are made, obstacles overcame, barren hills made full, and otherwise desolate valleys spring to life. The unbreakable, unspoken, blood bond through thick and thin, generations held together. One word, 6 letters, through grace and through hell, family. Hello, my name is Kundai, and I'm going to be reading my poem.
Thank you. And we will now go to Zoom for Madeline Miller. Madeline?
Hi, my name is Madeline Miller. I wanted to thank the board for taking on this initiative and supporting literary arts and creating this opportunity for youth in the county. I also aim to use my position as the Santa Barbara Youth Poet Laureate to further that initiative and to create more opportunities for this art form to be shared with the youth and the community at large. So thank you very much for what you're doing. I am very grateful to be receiving this honor and this position. I'll be reading my poem for you today, the one about sea anemones. I will never know how to write about America with eloquence. All we do is ask the most tactless and tasteless questions. How do we protect the people from a deadly illness against their will? How do we stop killing everything on earth without inconveniencing industry? How do we end discrimination without acknowledging racism? How do we advertise morality without closing the deal? The questions always have the same answer. When I was a kid, I used to go to tide pools with my family. I would stick my hands in the water and touch as many tiny animals as I could find. The clams and mussels, the hermit crabs, and even once an octopus. But my favorites were always the blue anemones, which reached for me with their many waving fingers. I would bend down to touch them, as many of their tendrils as I could at once, and then they would collapse, to show a single fist of spikes, shards of shells and rocks, spitting and convulsing on the side of a rock, violent and helpless. I would walk on, racing down the surf past my parents to the next little wonder of the world, but when I was wandering back towards our car, laden with whichever rocks and shells had caught my eye, I would beg my mother to hold my bounty and would look for the same fist of a flower that I had met before, to see if it would wave goodbye, permeable again. This is my answer to every question. Be permeable and porous and prone, and when some curious hand reaches in to meet you, hold on. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, I'm going to have to request a copy of both of those poems, and I very much identify with the passion that has been presented by these 2 young individuals, and hope that you will continue to write. The poems I wrote at that age are not as good, and I would hope that my contribution for the day, I should have brought one of my own poems so you guys could laugh at me. But
Thank you for sparing us this year.
But instead, I'm gonna read a little T.S. Eliot, because I thought your poems were in the same league, and because I can't let the subject of poetry pass, and I wanted to give you something that moved me when I was your age, and I hope it moves you. It's a not very well-known poem by a very well-known author, T.S. Eliot. Choruses from the Rock, and I just took a little couple little snippets because it's like 7 pages long and we don't have enough time for that. The endless cycle of idea and action, endless invention, endless experiment brings knowledge of motion, but not of stillness. Knowledge of speech, but not of silence. Knowledge of words, but ignorance of the word. All our knowledge brings us nearer to our ignorance. All our ignorance brings us nearer to death, but nearness to death no nearer to God. Where is the life we have lost in living? Where is the wisdom we have lost in knowledge? Where is the knowledge we have lost in information? For now we live dispersed on ribbon roads, and no man knows or cares who is his neighbor, unless his neighbor makes too much of a disturbance. When the stranger returns and asks, "Why do you live huddled so close together?" what will you answer? We live close together to make money from each other, or because this is a community. And I hope we can do some more poetry offs in the future. Maybe we need to get Steve to do one too.
Maybe each of us needs to come with one. All right, turning to our final honorary resolution today, item number 30. Would you read that into the record, Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 30 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of April 2022 as National Arab American Heritage Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Mukhtar Khan. And if Mukhtar can please make his way to the podium, I'll go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas Arab American Heritage Month is a time to celebrate contributions to society made by Arab Americans, which have occurred in virtually every aspect of American society, including medicine, law, business, education, technology, government, and culture. And whereas Arab Americans trace their ancestry to one of 22 Arabic-speaking countries that stretch across Northern Africa and into Western Asia. And whereas a shared linguist connection links the Arab American community, which is composed of incredibly diverse religious and racial identities. And whereas Arabs have a long history in North America, dating back to as early as the 1600s. And whereas California is home to the largest Arab American population in the United States. And whereas Arab American heritage was first recognized nationally with National Arab American Day in 1992. And whereas anti-Arab discrimination continues to be a significant issue in the post 9/11 world, and Arab Americans' lived experiences of racism and struggles for social justice have shaped their communal and political identities. And whereas the Islamic Society of Santa Barbara strives to serve its creator, the local community, and humanity at large by embodying and instilling values of duty, learning, integrity, humility, service, self-expression, belonging, and contribution. And whereas the Islamic Society of Santa Barbara carries out public outreach activities to provide religious, recreational, and educational facilities to support the practice of the essence and value of Islam and foster interfaith understanding to fulfill the spiritual, social, and intellectual needs of Muslims and non-Muslims in Santa Barbara County. And whereas the County of Santa Barbara celebrates Arab Americans here and throughout the world and their contributions to all aspects of society. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors declares April as Arab American Heritage Month in Santa Barbara County and encourages all residents to celebrate the rich culture and many achievements that the Arab American community contributes to our society. Passed and adopted today.
I just want to thank Mr. Khan for being here. It's not well known, but the Islamic Society in Santa Barbara is one of the oldest Muslim communities in all of California. And Mr. Khan came here in the 70s. He's a gaucho, and he founded the Muslim Student Association at UCSB. And he's been working for decades to get the center that now exists in Goleta in District 3. So we're so glad you could join us in our year-long celebration of the different cultures in our county that make it such a rich place to be. So thank you.
Well, thank you. I thank the board for the recognition of the Arab American contribution to the society. And I mainly thank them to remind that they have been reminding us all that the strength of the fabric of this community comes from the diversity that we come from. I am honored to accept this recognition as an American, as a Santa Barbaran, as an Arab, and as a Muslim. The Islamic Society of Santa Barbara has been dedicated to the service of the community. I myself and my wife have been dedicated to the service of the community. As the chairman mentioned, we have moved here in the 70s. We raised our family here. My wife teaches at City College, and I have 3 children that actually work for the county. So we work in public works, in elections, and in the recorder's office. I just want to thank you again and remind everybody that the Islamic Society of Santa Barbara is dedicated to always serve the community. Together, we can improve this place. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So that concludes our administrative agenda for today. And now is the time for general public comment for members of the public who want to speak on matters that are not on today's agenda. Do we have any requests to speak, Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on general public comment today.
All right, turning to departmental item number 1, would you read that into the record, Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the treasurer, tax collector, and public administrator. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the California Enterprise Development Authority issuance of tax exempt and or taxable revenue obligations for the benefit of Kate School.
Mr. Hagan.
Chair Hartman, members of the board, thank you for having me today. This item before you today is a TEFRA hearing. This is an item that was heard by the Debt Advisory Committee on March 29th and was recommended to hold the TEFRA hearing. So the TEFRA process is a public hearing that is being held by you, the governing body where the project is located. Section 147F of the Internal Revenue Code allows qualified 501c3 organizations access to tax-exempt municipal markets. CEDA is a JPA of which the county joined in 2010. They will be the issuer of this proposed $22 million issuance. Cade School, located in Carpinteria, would be the recipient of this. And Sandy Pierce from Cade School is either online or in attendance. And if you have questions regarding the financing of what specific facilities are being refurbished or built, she could discuss that or any other issues regarding the financing of it. I do want to point out that the county's legal obligation, both morally and legally, is not for the repayment. Your responsibility is only to hold this public hearing. Cade School would be responsible legally for the repayment of the debt.
And Ms. Pierce, did you want to add anything? Yeah, you would have to come up and we want to get it on the record, so it has to come through the mic.
Thank you to the members of the Board of Supervisors today for the opportunity to be here and for your consideration. By way of background, I thought I would share a little bit about what this would do for the school. It would allow us the opportunity to convert Raymond Commons, to transform Raymond Commons into really the academic inquiry center of the campus. It's very academically oriented. It becomes a very active and flexible and innovative student-centered location on the campus. It will encompass not only student services, which manages all of our campus life, but also the academic support for our students in this building, but also creates active educational spaces, combining computational thinking, an ideation lab, digital arts, ceramics, really in an environment that allows much more active learning than any other facility we have, along with some traditional classrooms. And it will become our library hub as well, incorporating not only study pods, group studies, a reading room, and resource accessing, but really focusing on the student needs. And it will transform, it will be a transformative place on the campus for academic and student-centered growth and learning now and for years to come. And this funding would allow that opportunity to happen.
Thank you for explaining. Any questions of the board? Supervisor Williams,
No question. Is there public comment on that?
just about to go to public comment.
If there isn't, I'm prepared to make a motion for
Madam Clerk?
recommendation.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, Sandy Pierce was our only request to speak on this item.
All right. Would you like to make the motion?
I'll move the recommendation.
May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
And now it's time for about a 10-minute break. And we'll come back. And at that point, we will go to animal services. So after a short break, we're reconvening the April 19th, 2022 Board of Supervisors meeting here in Santa Maria, and we're turning to departmental item number 4. We're taking them a little out of order today. Madam Clerk, would you read that into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from the Public Health Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a presentation on animal services, city and jurisdictional contract fee scenarios.
Ms. Bateson.
Good morning, Chair Hartman and members of the board. My name is Paige Batson, Deputy Director for the Public Health Department's Community Health Division. With me today are Stacy Covarrubias, Business Manager with our Fiscal Department, and Angela Yates, our Animal Services Director. Today, we are here before you to present for your consideration several cost scenarios related to animal services, city, and jurisdictional contracts. In May of 2021, in response to your board's direction for the Public Health Department to pursue full cost recovery for animal services, city, and jurisdictional contracts, we presented to your board Animal Services HOS New Vision, and at that time, we also requested that fiscal year 2021 and 22 contracts remain status quo. Your board approved our request and directed a 2% cost of living increase above 2021 contracts. We greatly appreciated this status quo period, as it allowed the Public Health Department to realize some continuity and stability during the pandemic. And it also allowed for Animal Services program to implement their new HOS vision. This period also provided for our cities and jurisdictional partners, as well as our staff, to, not provide an undue burden to our partners due to the pandemic. Before we go into the various cost recovery scenarios, I want to provide your board with a brief history of animal services and how it has been supported over the years with tobacco settlement and general fund contributions. In 2015, the American Humane Association's consultants report recommended additional staffing for animal services, and your board approved that recommendation. Thus, a total of 7 FTEs, animal service staff, were added between fiscal year 14-15 and 16-17. In an effort to prevent burdening cities with these increased costs for staffing, tobacco settlement and additional general fund contributions were added. We also want to note that no new positions were added to animal services in fiscal year 16-17 until January of 22, when your board approved an ordinance FTE veterinarian. All this to say that city and jurisdictional contract fees have included the support as a cost offset through the current fiscal year 21-22 contracts. So a little bit about the MGT analysis. The MGT full cost analysis was based on the following factors. 1, it used a per capita methodology. 2, it used only operating costs related to services. And 3, it calculated field services and sheltering services separately. The analysis also included the following adjustments. A net cost increase of $26,900 of veterinarian costs to be funded by a release of funds previously granted by your board. A $345,300 dollar allowance for salary savings to match historical usage, and an average of actual deposits for 3 previous years to better estimate revenues to be offset costs. Due to the impact of COVID-19 on the previous 2 years of operation, the MGT analysis calculated full cost recovery on the adopted fiscal year 21-22 operating plan budget. So what does full cost recovery look like? Okay, let's see. Oops. Okay, what happened? Sorry about that. I think, okay. So the column to the left lists the cities and jurisdictions. You'll see Buellton, Guadalupe, Lompoc, and so forth. The middle column, which shows fiscal year 21-22 current contracts with support, that shows current contract supports with both general fund contribution and tobacco settlement. To the right in blue for fiscal year 22-23, contracts, this shows contracts with full cost recovery. So if we look at Buellton, for example, their current contract amount is $42,400. That includes with tobacco settlement and general fund contribution. But if we go to fiscal year 22-23, it grows to $55,100, and that would be with full cost recovery. Same thing for Guadalupe. Fiscal year 21-22 current contract amounts is $61,900 and would increase to $84,600 with full cost recovery. So I'll draw your attention down to the last three rows. The average percent increase for city contracts would grow to 34.3%, equaling an amount of $688,200. The amount of the unincorporated area would be $260,700. You may note that the cities of Santa Barbara, Santa Maria, and the unincorporated areas have the greatest increase. Now we would like to present 4 cost scenarios for your board to consider. Again, to the left, you have the cities and other jurisdictions. Next to that, we have fiscal year 21-22 current contracts with support, which again include tobacco settlement and general fund contributions. To the right in blue, we have 4 different scenarios. First scenario, scenario A, includes total cost with support, totaling an increase of 7.2%, equaling $144,100. Again, that total cost with support would include general fund contribution and tobacco settlement. Then we move over to column B, which includes total costs without tobacco settlement. Again, that's without tobacco settlement, but does include general fund contribution. The amount of increase would be 20.6, totaling an amount for $414,000. Scenario C is total costs without general fund contribution, but this would include tobacco settlement. That increase would be 20.8% for a total amount of $418,600. You can see that scenarios B and C are very similar. Lastly, column D, without tobacco settlement and general fund contribution, as previously shown, the percent increase is 34.3 for a total amount of $688,200, and the amount of increase for the unincorporated area would be $260,700. So based on your board's direction and option chosen, we will calculate the contracts amounts as shown in the previous slide. Another factor for you to consider in your direction is that the unincorporated area represents 32% of the county's population. Therefore, any reduction in tobacco settlement will affect the unincorporated allocation, and we will need to backfill it with general fund in order to continue with our current animal services operations. Note that the tobacco settlement allocation equals $135,700. So based on the information we just provided, we respectfully ask the board for the following: to receive and file a report and presentation of this presentation for services, city, and jurisdictional contract fee scenarios, to provide direction to staff on city jurisdictional contract fees for fiscal year 22-23, and based on one of the 4 options previously shared, any other option you may request. So scenario A, again, it's total costs with continued tobacco settlement and general fund contribution. Scenario B, total costs without tobacco settlement support. Scenario C, total costs with general fund contribution and support. And scenario D, total costs with the removal of tobacco settlement and general funding for the staff positions added by your previous boards. To provide any additional direction to staff and determine that the above recommended action is not a project within the meaning of the California Environmental Quality Act. In summary, we would like to add that your board may also consider options such as delaying the implementation of any of the presented full cost recovery scenarios, or consider a phased approach over a 3 or 5 year period. Based on your direction, we will return to your board for contract approvals. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Batson. Board questions? Supervisor Lavanino?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if this is for Nancy. What are we currently budgeted for?
Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair, are you specifically for TSAC or?
Pardon me? For, yeah, for this portion here. I mean, let's say, obviously we have different options there. Which one did we kind of plug into the mix for next year?
Right, so the Animal Services Department receives about $405,000 in TSAC funds, in addition to about $274,500 in GFC. So at a minimum, scenario A would keep them from having to use fund balance, because currently, as they've indicated for 22-23, they've built their budget with a percentage of anticipation, not knowing how this conversation would go. In addition to having to use fund balance. So scenario A would at least keep them from having to use fund balance or one-time sources to do their ongoing operations.
And if we did B, C, D, E, F, G, those are just going to be increases to general fund.
Correct. I mean, and there would be part of that is that if GFC was to continue to go towards animal services and TSAC, they would be able to use those funds towards other things such as facility improvements, services, those types of activities in lieu of covering just the current operation costs.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I had a question. I don't know if it's for Ms. Anderson or CEO Miyasato. Are there policy implications for the tobacco settlement dollars versus the general fund dollars?
Supervisor, we can use tobacco settlement dollars. We've used it in the past, and we currently, as Ms. Anderson said, do contribute some amount to animal services. That money, in addition, there's other money that the public health department gets of TSAC for public education, health needs, et cetera. So when you're looking at the different options, A, B, C, and D, your board, if you believe there is a public benefit for the county to subsidize with either general fund or TSAC, and we would recommend TSAC going forward, we would just need to hear that as part of the motion, that your board believes that, because one of our budget policies is we expect that user fees cover costs unless the board believes that there is a public benefit of subsidizing that, but we would request also that you give it a time limit. So if it's a subsidy for just next year, is it a subsidy for 3 years, tapering into something else to full cost? Typically, that's how we've done it in the past. That would be helpful for us to know. There is enough TSAC in their fund balance to cover the costs. If you want to either do it for 1 year, a couple of years, and I'd ask the department for their perspective on that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
So the money in the city contracts, is some of that coming from their general funds and some of that coming from fees that they're levying on users? What's the kind of the ratio? That would be question number one. And question number two is, what has been sort of the input thus far from the cities? I'm interested, though I could probably predict, but I'm interested nonetheless.
So Supervisor Williams, through the chair, I'm going to defer that question to our business manager, Stacy Covarrubias, to speak on that.
Supervisor, through the chair, can you repeat the first part of that question?
So, about, and this can be very rough numbers, about how much of the contract amount from these cities is coming from their general fund versus fees that their users are being charged?
So I'm understanding you to ask about how they're funded.
Yes.
And I actually don't know how the
Okay.
various cities are funded. I'm sure there's some general fund, and I honestly can't answer that.
And do we collect the fees that partially offsets their amount?
Yes,
Okay.
their Board of Supervisors approved animal services fee ordinance, like adoption fees, licensing fees, that we share with the cities to help offset the full costs.
And, you know, is your opinion that those fees are too low, you know, like from a perspective of, I guess, from the perspective of both, we do try to strive for cost recovery, but we want people to avail themselves of the service too, right? I mean, that unfortunately with pets, sometimes them not using the service becomes more expensive for us than them using the service. So
As far as the consumer fees, you're right. There's a balance there. And we hired MGT consultants to help with this. They're also working on a consumer fee analysis that we'll bring back to your board in future months. In past years, when we brought fees, animal services fees to the board, there are certain fees that if we were to charge full cost, people wouldn't license their animals. There's got to be some sort of balance or cutoff or, you know, industry standard. We want it to be an incentive for them to license their animal and not be a detriment. So that will be part of what we come back to the board. So in that respect, you know, we aren't charging full cost, and yes, the fee is low. But we are going through that study right now, and we're hoping to bring that back.
do you have any concern that some of these higher cost recovery scenarios would tempt some of the cities to bolt from the system?
Well, one woman's opinion, that's always a possibility. Over the years that I've worked with animal services, cities have contacted me and asked, how much, if we did this or did that scenario, or can you give us information so we can do an RFA? So I think that's always a possibility. I haven't seen it happen yet.
So my question has to do with MGT and what kind of outreach to the cities was done during this process to explain their services and what MGT was studying.
So I can start with that, Chair Hartman. We were through Angela, our animal services director. We were connecting with our city managers, letting them know that this was up and coming ever since we met with you back in May. So there has been an ongoing conversation, but in terms of the analysis, we didn't have that much information other than our fiscal department working directly with the consultants to get that information on the operational services that were being reviewed. But there was an ongoing conversation with them as they were eager to find out what kind of cost increase they were going to anticipate for their contracts.
And the licensing, adoption fees, et cetera, we split that with the cities on what basis?
Stacy, do you want to answer that?
Yes, Madam Chair. We also share our consumer fee revenue with the cities and jurisdictions based on population.
Okay, so per capita.
Yes.
Okay, any other questions? I don't see any other lights right now. We have public speakers. Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, yes, we have 5 requests to speak on this item. And we will go to Zoom with Bernard Kelmanson to be followed by Elizabeth Reed. Bernard?
Thanks, supervisors, for hearing me.
Bernard,
Yes.
please proceed.
Okay, thank you. ASAP Cats has been working in partnership with the county for the past 33 years to save the lives of cats and kittens in Santa Barbara by providing shelter, veterinary care, adoption and foster services, behavioral support, education, and community outreach. No local entity has more experience with cat care or is much invested in the welfare of cats than we do, and we seek the best outcomes for all of them who need our help. As the Board of Supervisors considers the issue of how much to charge municipalities in exchange for providing animal control and care services and how to make that process feasible within the Public Health Department budget, we at ASAP Cats want to weigh in for a decision that keeps communities around the county working with animal services to provide the best quality of care rather than looking for a bargain. ASAP Cat's concern is that when cities are faced with sudden significant increases in the costs of doing what they are obligated to do for animals in their jurisdictions, they will splinter in different directions, creating confusion for the communities we all serve, substituting cost for value. Eventually, this can lead the county as a whole to doing less for animal care and, unfortunately, euthanizing more. Of the four options presented, we believe scenario A, total cost recovery with continued tobacco settlement and general fund contribution support, is the one that will keep municipalities and unincorporated areas together in the fold with animal services and thus offer the best chance for quality care. This short-term, gradual approach to cost recovery would provide an opportunity for all the stakeholders in the community, the county municipalities, the NGOs, to develop an overall plan that would benefit the residents of Santa Barbara County and potentially provide an opportunity to get better value for the combined budget we allocate to animal services. The foundation of ASAP Cats' relationship with the county is a recognition of how much more can be done for the cats than just collecting them in cages, feeding them and hoping someone claims their lost pet or wanders in looking for a new one. Cats often require careful observation, healthcare, or behavioral training before they become attractive to potential adopters. Kittens born in unspeakable rough conditions are expertly socialized when we tame them as tiny lions. Unsocialized cats can become valuable workers on ranches, vineyards, and in nurseries and feed stores if we have a hand in placing them. Owners who are no longer able to care for their cats can turn them over to us without worry about their fate. With a lean staff, trained volunteers, and over 4,000 generous donors, ASAP Cats has been providing these enhanced resources at no extra expense to the county. But it is crucial to keep the team together, pulling in the same direction, each stakeholder looking for innovative, humane solutions to the challenges of community animal care. Unexpected or unaffordable cost increases at the municipal level is likely to disrupt the achievements we all value. ASAP Cats is an example of how working together we provide better care and value to the communities we serve. Our model of cooperation and collaboration should be continued and looked to as a model for future animal welfare in the county. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Elizabeth Reed to be followed by Jean Silva. Elizabeth? And Elizabeth, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can go ahead and unmute on your end to provide your comments.
Good morning. My name's Elizabeth Reed. I sent a memo into the clerk of the board yesterday with more specifics to save a little time this morning. And I'll try to hit the important parts now. I've been a very long time volunteer at the shelters. Three of my fellow volunteers, Sally Bullis, Kim Lowell, and Ann Ashmore, have between us some 60 plus years of volunteering, and have also seen the shelter at 120 dog levels down to 7. We each have enjoyed and hated being there at various times because of changes in conditions, decisions, and leadership, all affecting the animals under care. With new leadership, we have another bit of wary hope. SBCAS needs the city contracts to survive as a viable entity providing services to animals in need of protection and care. Cities and other contract holders need a safe place to care for animals in need, along with programs for countywide health requirements such as rabies control and licensing. The county and city boundaries are meaningless to a lost dog or cat or an injured animal. I live on a city street 100% surrounded by county property. There is a danger of cities going to a private organization but in the hopes it'll serve them more cheaply. There's a huge problem with that idea. You probably read the 2 articles in the Indy about SB Humane. Recall also the list of other organizations who backed out of a merger with them a few years ago. Not a lightly taken decision, but despite all the money on the table, the risk to animals was not worth it. And perhaps more importantly, from your standpoint, is that you, the Board of Supervisors, would have no oversight or control over what a private organization would do with our animals. In my memo of yesterday, I laid out some ideas to improve services. To give a brief overview, Santa Barbara County Animal Services needs to be more accessible to and engaged with the community and other stakeholders. Open the doors. People want to see the animals up close to choose a new family member. That includes during lunchtime, when that's the only time some people can get there. Explore the county process to receive grants. There's a lot of grant money out there, enough to more than compensate for the money needed to make up a shortfall in the contract revenue and lower the cost to the cities if needed. Utilize the abilities of the community, which can and will provide things like high school students need community work hours. Let them run a pantry for people and their animals in need. Delete the FTE openings for at least the operations supervisor, the number 2 position. It wasn't needed before and certainly not now with only 2 shelters and few dogs. Show the numbers. Be transparent with what is really happening in the shelter. Post it. Board of Supervisors, SBCAS, once gutted by losing these contracts, can't come back easily. If you allow new leadership to clean it up, utilize the community, create better revenue streams with licensing scenarios with partners, it'll be possible to carry the losses for a bit to see improvement in the near term. Supports SBCAS as needed to do more than survive. Thank you.
And that is your time. Thank you.
We will now go to Jean Silva to be followed by Kendra O'Connor. Jean?
Jean Silva. I'm with Bunnies Urgently Needing Shelter. I am here to support a cost increase to the cities of no more than that offered in scenario A, as well as the recommendations in our Bunds letter for a larger, more robust volunteer program, for the restoration of services in Lompoc, and for an advisory council for the Public Health Services Director. There have been a number of changes due to COVID. The animal population has increased. The American Veterinary Association estimates that there's been a 50% increase in the number of new animals coming into clinics for services. Bunds, for the first time since we were founded in 1992, has a waiting list for service. Animal Services made some changes in their operations. They ceased intake and sheltering in Lompoc. They relied on fewer volunteers. They implemented an appointment system, and they have increased their reliance on the internet as well as self-service rehoming. Large cost increases to the cities at this point will only further disrupt services and result in additional and poorly considered changes to the larger animal care system as cities struggle to deal with the financial challenges that the cost increases would present. I would suggest that your board direct staff in 22-23 within the cost constraints of scenario A to work with the advisory council for the public health director to evaluate the needs and changes required to animal services and to reset animal services to better serve all of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Kendra O'Connor to be followed by Lee Heller, who is our final speaker. Kendra?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Kendra Duncan O'Connor, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Bunnies Urgently Needing Shelter. I'm just going to echo what Jean previously said about situation going on at the shelter. We are an all-volunteer, nonprofit organization caring for abandoned rabbits and guinea pigs in Santa Barbara County at their South County shelter. Not only do we cover daily tasks involved with caring for these animals, we cover all the veterinary costs as well. We have a strong volunteer force that provides thousands of hours each year managing animal intake, assisting the public in trapping strays, managing all adoptions, medical procedures, public visitors, feeding, cleaning, and daily exercise. Our volunteers provide community outreach, education, and counseling. Today, we urge you to choose a funding scenario that will not impact the current level of services provided at the 2 county shelters. Losing even one of these contracts is going to be a huge burden for animal services. The community just cannot afford to have any decreases in services for those dogs. Service levels have already been decreased with the shuttering of the Lompoc shelter, a skeleton crew of staff in the south, and a reduction of services in the field. We urge you to go with scenario A, as that will have the least impact on the animals existing in the shelter. And I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connor.
And we will now go to Dr. Lee Heller, who is our final speaker. Dr. Heller?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, thank you for your attention to this matter. I know that the board is committed to greater cost recovery, and I understand why. But a too aggressive approach at this time, especially where animal services contracts are concerned, will cut off our nose to spite our face and lose a critical public benefit. The contract cities have not recovered from the pandemic financially, as the county has. They don't have the benefit of cannabis revenue. Indeed, the city of Santa Barbara is facing a multi-million-dollar deficit and looking to make major cuts. Raising fees this year is a hardship and is all too likely to drive these contract partners to a lowballing competitor. So you might say, why do the financial challenges of the cities matter to the county? The fact is, if the county loses major contract partners and the revenue from those contracts, animal services will not be able to provide adequate services to the unincorporated areas for which the county is responsible or to remaining contract partners. It's not just a matter of reducing a kennel attendant position because there are fewer animals being impounded, for example. Sheltering and field services are spread countywide, so significant revenue reductions will result in reducing the ability of the program to provide county services countywide. It's all too likely we would have to close a second shelter, resulting in only one facility to serve a large, spread out county. Think of it in terms of what businesses are currently facing with shortages of workers. Once your restaurant is short too many waitstaff and cooks, you can't run a full-time operation. And eventually, as you lose diners and don't have the minimum income to pay salaries and buy food, you end up having to go out of business. Das, to answer your question, the Humane Society is actively seeking contracts this year. They can underbid us because they have poorly paid employees and provide inferior care, as a recent article in The Independent made clear. If the county ends up having to abandon animal services because we lose too many contract partners, county residents will not be well served by a private nonprofit with little accountability and equally little interest in using its $50 million endowment to serve the community. Recent service reductions by animal services have not helped. From refusing to take in stray cats or pick up dead animals to appointment-only services, current policies have not left a good taste in partner cities' mouths. With upcoming leadership changes, we should be able to reduce these reductions. Until then, it's a lot to ask the cities to pay more when they have been receiving less. So I ask you to direct staff to postpone cost recovery for these contracts by selecting scenario A, or to phase them in very slowly while pursuing grants and other partnership funding sources. And I volunteer to write those grant applications. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Heller.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, back to the board. Any comments or questions for staff? Supervisor Williams?
Well, I did this, a couple of the public commenters have raised the question of whether the department is going after grant funds. The suggestions were made, Maddie's Fund, ASPCA. Is that tell me about that option in it. I understand, as working in public agencies for some time, it's grant funding is hit or miss, but it does often pay off. What is that potential?
So I can speak a little bit to that. That has been a discussion of ours, and it is something that we're interested in. And now that Dr. Lee Heller has volunteered, we'll probably utilize her services. But we have applied for some grants, and I'll defer to Angela Yates to speak to that.
Supervisor Williams, through the chair. We have, in fact, just this past year, been the recipient of 3 different grants, smaller grants through national organizations. I believe the total is just under 14,000. So it's small compared to what's out there. And grant funding for municipal agencies is limited and very strategic in terms of program building and collaboration. So I think that now that we're coming through the pandemic, there are definitely opportunities out there. We are all aware of the $50 million grant funding that Correct Shelter Medicine received from the state of California. We have been just the recipient of a $5,000 grant through that program, and the hopes that that's going to open up an avenue for a lot of funding for California shelters.
Supervisor Hart?
Yeah, I think that I agree with many of the public commenters about the critical importance of keeping the system together. I think that is something that we all need to keep at the top of our minds, because we've seen other instances where collaborative government partnerships have evaporated as folks try to save money at their own individual level. But some of the statements that folks made about the fiscal condition of cities is not consistent for each of the cities. I mean, there certainly is a situation in the city of Santa Barbara with a fiscal deficit, but I don't know that that's the case in any of the other cities that we're looking at. I know the city of Santa Maria was able to financially afford to give additional support to their employees as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. That's pretty significant. So I don't know if there's a one-size-fits-all solution to this. I think the idea of having full cost recovery is an important principle, particularly if that results in us being able to make more investments in the department. You know, I don't think this is an exercise to help our general fund as much as it is a way to recover costs and reinvest in the system so that it's better and serves more animals and more people and more communities. So I'm intrigued at the idea of, you know, going down the path toward reducing the general fund contribution. Don't want to have such a big impact on everybody in 1 year. We'd like to see that phased over time so that we can maintain the partnerships, continue the collaboration with the cities. But maybe there's a way to look at the specific impact to the city of Santa Barbara in a different way, or to at least, understand the fiscal situation that each of the cities faces. I was intrigued by Supervisor Williams' question about, what is going on at the city level? What do they charge? What services they provide? What financial supports they provide? This equation might be helpful to have that information as part of another conversation.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, philosophically, I am usually exactly where Supervisor Hart is with trying to reduce, the dependence on general fund for services that should have some cost recovery either from the contract or from the users. And maybe we should, head that direction. But my feeling is that we should be heading there gradually, because I think, cities need to have the signal that we regard them as a valued partner. And so I think, first of all, we should definitely not move towards scenario D. And I guess I would argue for something between scenario A and scenario C, but at least in the first phasing, closer to scenario A. I don't quite understand why we would reduce the fees on some jurisdictions as articulated in scenario A, if our goal is going towards cost recovery at some point. But I would just say that the under scenario C, there's 20.8, an average 20.8% increase to the contract amount. So as Supervisor Hart articulated, anything we do, I would say would need to be phased at a lower amount. So maybe something that is close to a 7% average increase, is better, and will signal to our partners that we do need to get better cost recovery, but that we value their participation and their partnership, and want the system to stay whole. I also just want to make a point about the value of volunteer programs. I've spent a significant amount of my career building volunteer programs, and they're a pain in the butt, but they are amazingly powerful at the same time, right? I mean, they take a lot of work. They include strong personalities, but they are a force multiplier for programs like animal services and elsewhere. And so it is definitely my hope for the department that we rebuild our volunteer participation, which, I understand what the reasons why it may have lapsed, but I think it's vital for the future of our program. And, and I hope to hear back our progress in making sure that we're not providing any services as appointment only services, that the shelter is a place that is open, where people, who, we don't want to just provide services for people who are serious about helping animals. We want to provide services for people who, are barely there, right? Who are like, hey, I guess I really need to bring that dog down, but who are on the cusp of actually doing it. And so if we provide barriers to people who are barely there, then the system and the animals will suffer as a result.
I'm going to do something rather unusual. We had an additional public comment come in, and because we changed our order, I think they got it in the wrong one. So I will allow this and then close the comment after that. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Chair Hartman and members of the board. Yes, we have a request to speak on Zoom, and this will be our final speaker on this item, Jill Anderson. Jill?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'm Jill Anderson, co-founder of Shadows Fund, a nonprofit animal sanctuary that has partnered with Santa Barbara County Animal Services for 12 years. We have helped get dogs out of the shelters and into homes. We've helped keep dogs out of the shelter in the first place by providing resources and support to struggling families. We have provided funding for programs, supplies for animals, and countless hours trying to help improve the lives of homeless pets in our county shelters. Our investment in animal services does not know jurisdictional boundaries. Our goal is to help create a thriving, progressive, and compassionate animal services for all of the animals and pet owners in Santa Barbara County, whether they live in Guadalupe or Goleta. There's change ahead for animal services. We will have a new director in the coming months. And as the pandemic eases its grip on all of us, the community needs animal services to be ready to provide a cohesive and robust service. Forcing cities to make tough choices by raising their costs will achieve exactly the opposite. It would lead to a disjointed animal services program and a staggering decline in services. Let's not steer toward that course. I understand that the board must look at where and how to recover costs to meet the financial needs of animal services, but I would urge you to reconsider raising costs for cities at this time. As we come out of 2 years of some of the most challenging times we've faced as a community, now is not the time to ask more from cities who are already struggling. It's time to hold a steady course, galvanize our partners and our stakeholders, and look at how we can move forward together to meet these needs. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, we close public comment altogether on this item, and Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess I need help with in A. I'm also concerned about why are some going down? Explain that to me a little bit better.
Okay, Supervisor Lavanino, I will allow for Stacy to explain that.
Supervisor, through the chair, when MGT gave us this report, that was one of the first things I noticed as well. And the reason some are going up and some are going down as we realign this base is because back in 16, 17, 17, 18, all our full service cities had the same per capita. I don't recall what it is, let's say $7. They entered into 2-year agreements with a factor of some sort of cost of living. Since then, we've applied a cost of living, 1.5%, 2% over their existing contracts. We did not factor in population changes. So as of today, the current contracts that we see, some contracts might have a per capita of like $7.40, while others might have a per capita of $6.98. They're not all aligned anymore because their current contract divided by their current population is different. So every city now, it has a different per capita. This MGT is trying to realign and get a new base. So everyone starts at $8, let's say, for scenario A. So for example, Lompoc has had a decline in population and we can see that. So is that
Okay, yeah, this gets us back to a baseline.
Yes.
Okay, so do all these contracts come up at the same time? Individual cities, they're all,
Yes.
Okay.
Some contracts over the years have had 2-year contracts and some have had 1 year.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so I'm just trying to fix this going forward because this is hard when you do have winners and losers. Yeah, and then I'm a loser. So I also do want to, I agree with Supervisor Hart. There's a little pushback on, that cities are in these dire straits. I think, while COVID did cause a lot of disruption, cities and counties by long ways were made whole. And then it was up to cities and counties to figure out how to spend that money. So, just looking at this, though, the Santa Barbara has a large increase while most look like it's manageable. The other thing is everything on this planet going up right now. There is not a contract at the county on an outside basis where negotiating with somebody and it's status quo. Just inflation alone is driving, you got labor costs, everything else is up. So we can't fall behind and have a lack of service. Actually, the opposite also is that if we pile on, we could force people elsewhere. But I'm struggling with anything other than A. But I also don't like I understand why we're doing everybody on the same basis. But this is a difficult proposition here. This is one I'm going to be working on it on the fly, I think, a little bit.
CEO Miyasato.
Supervisors, a couple of you had mentioned a phased in, and I think the department has prepared a slide if that's something that you'd like to look at. So if it's a phase in approach, it's still phase into full cost recovery, but it gives some time, I believe. If
3 and 5 years.
they did a 3 and a 5 year, 2 different scenarios.
That would be very helpful.
So if you could put those up. Supervisors, so the department would need to, we would need to put that online. So if we could just take a moment. So Chair, would you mind just taking a 2-3 minute break so the clerk can put this on?
Sure. 3 minutes?
Thank you.
After a very short break, we're reconvening the April 19th, 2022 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. And we are hearing an item on animal services and about to have Ms. Batson explain a chart to us.
All right. Chair Hartman and members of the board, as requested, we are prepared to share with you what a phased-in approach would look like for a 3 and 5 year phase-in. Stacy Covarrubias, our business manager, will walk us through, as an example, total costs without general fund. So this one would be with TSAC settlement dollars contributed to the allocation. So there you go. I'll turn it over to Stacy Covarrubias.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, a previous board had to rule on something similar to this many years ago, and they opted for a 4-year phase-in. And knowing that past practice, we felt like we needed to have something to share with you in case that came up again. So on the screen is scenario C, which is without general fund support. And so that column that says scenario C in blue, that's titled in blue, shows the 20% increase of $418,000. So that first chart across the top is dividing that 418,000 into 3 years. So the first year would be an increase of $139,000. Each year would increase by $139,000, and this would be in that orangish section. And I've also added a factor for CPI. This just happened to be 2.5%. I'm matching it to the union MOUs just to illustrate what it could be. So each year increases by the 139,000 plus a 2.5% increase. On the far right-hand column, it shows at the end of the 3 years, the jurisdictions would be paying $537,000 with the CPI of 119. So instead of paying 418,000 all in 1 year, it would be over 3 years, they would end up paying 537,000. The same concept for the bottom graph, which is a 5-year approach. Year 1 would be $83,000. Each year would add another $83,000 plus a CPI increase. At the end of the 5 years, it would be $657,000 for all jurisdictions, and the CPI would add an additional $238,000.
And just for clarification, that is without general fund, but with the tobacco settlement money?
That's correct.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, I given that that I heard some inkling towards this item C with a phase in, I suppose I could support a long phase in, a 5-year phase in. But I need to understand the methodology just a little bit more. You're saying it was because of population. Is that population of pets or people?
People.
Okay. And what is the base year?
The base year is for population is January 21. When the Department of Finance publishes their population, they usually do it around May of every year.
No, but the outdated formula we have now, what's the base year?
The base year is around 17.
That's really interesting, right? Because these numbers don't make sense from that perspective, because Goleta has been the highest population increase on the South Coast, not the city of Santa Barbara. So according to what I heard would be the methodology, you would have the places that had the grew in population the most would have the largest change percentage-wise. That is not the city of Santa Barbara. I mean, I wish it was true, because we need more housing in the city of Santa Barbara, but that consistently in all these numbers, that would be the jurisdiction that the change was the largest. Therefore, according to what I'm hearing, the population increase would be the largest. It is not the fastest growing population in the county, not by a long shot. So what, can you explain that?
I can. Supervisor, through the chair. When MGT gave us this report, that was the other thing I looked into, because you're absolutely right. The city of Santa Barbara does not participate in full costs. They only participate in sheltering services. Sheltering services costs more than field services. And when we share our revenue, for example, our licensing revenue, we do not share that revenue with the city of Santa Barbara because they do their own field costs and they do their own licensing program. So as our license revenue increases and we get more dogs licensed, Santa Barbara doesn't participate in that. They participate in adoption revenue, but not licensing. So besides the population, they're not getting benefit of what other cities are getting because of their full cost services.
Well, I haven't had a chance to weigh in yet, and I'm not sure which of these formulas. I'm still thinking about that, but I am very much persuaded by what some of the commenters had to say about the county having some oversight and control and how valuable that is, and the need to keep integrity for an overall system, how important that is both to consumers or animal owners or residents in our county. I think jurisdiction doesn't make a lot of sense. I also think we cannot overestimate the value of volunteer services and these nonprofit organizations that are raising a lot of money on their own to help service our animals. In addition, we've seen, the last 2 years have been with COVID have really affected animal services and how we deliver services. And exactly what it's going to look like going forward isn't altogether clear. And I have had 2 cities come to me and say that in this process, they didn't feel there was enough visibility or enough opportunity to interact. And again, the cost increases go at a time during COVID that's very atypical for the kind of animal services. So all of that to me suggests that we want to hold this together. And I actually think a 5-year period would be preferable to move to this, to be more gradual. I think there's tremendous value in keeping the system integrated, keeping the system whole. And so that's why I'm supportive of the 5-year phase-in. Supervisor Lavanino?
Thank you. And I lean towards that also. But what I'm curious about is how do we lock in our partners over that 5 years so that we don't kind of cut them a break for 1 or 2 years on costs, and then we lose a Santa Maria or a Santa Barbara or somebody, and we don't realize the value through the 5-year build-in?
Can we have a longer term contract? That's a great question.
Well, we can certainly ask for a long-term contract, but I guess there would be no guarantees that they would go elsewhere for services, but that is what we would do. We would contract with them for the 5-year phase-in process.
And then they can see what the costs, it won't be a surprise. CEO Miyasato, did you have something to add?
Just a couple of things, and I was just making eye contact with county council to see if there's anything in our contracts, because just as we typically, when we contract, we have an out provision, just reminding us what the out provision would be for the cities. But I just want to clarify we're looking at scenario C, which is the costs with TSAC in it and over a 5-year period. But these are to get the cities to full cost recovery, to give a path. But in the year 5, our costs may be different than what we show here. So I just want to be clear with the board. This is an example of what we would try to do to achieve, but we may have different costs at that time. This includes a CPI adjuster, which is good. So it's an approximate of what we believe today, but I just want to make sure people are aware of that.
So we may want to negotiate again.
We don't know. So I was just going to ask county council anything about the contract term.
Madam Chair, members of the board. So our typical contracts allow either party to terminate within a certain period of time. So we could lengthen that a little bit, but it's difficult just sitting here right now to recommend not having a termination for either side for 5 years.
Supervisor Lavanino and then Hart.
Thank you. And I understand they could get out. What I'm trying to talk about is, as we talk to our city partners on this, is, to kind of look at, we kind of need you on board for the entire 5 years. And in order to get that, if you guys are willing to do that, I think we just need to go in with our eyes open that, if we start getting pushback on any increase, then maybe we have to revisit looking at a different option. But what I'm trying to do is, let's walk down this path together as partners. We're going to help you get to the place where we all need it to be for it to be sustainable. And so I think that's kind of the message that I'm trying to get to the cities by supporting an extended version of this.
Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I think that sounds eminently reasonable, but I am really concerned about this odd outlier percentage increase for the city of Santa Barbara. And the system, depends on everybody being together. And, if one of those cities decides they don't believe this is fair, one city in particular, the whole thing becomes unsustainable. And then there's, a rush to the exits. And so this is a really tough thing. And even under the scenario that we're looking at here, the city of Santa Barbara is looking at 9%, 10%, 10%. And it's such an outlier to everybody else. So if there's some way to address that, it seems like we would keep the prospects of keeping the system together. And maybe we just need to take a longer phase-in period for the city of Santa Barbara, given this significant change in the formula.
CEO Ms. Miyasato.
Supervisors, I'm here with our budget director, as you know, Nancy Anderson. We're looking at the costs, and because Santa Barbara, we provide sheltering services for the city of Santa Barbara, not the animal control field work. I mean, we would hate to lose anyone as a partner, but I think it would be manageable. It's just, we would be having to adapt as well. I'm not saying that we don't want them as a partner, but the way the department has put this out, I mean, we would bring that to your board. Again, it's your direction. We'll gladly follow in any of these scenarios, but I think I don't want to not adhere to the consultant's sort of recommendation on cost increases, because we want to have a sound and logical process.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I mean, another approach here would be simply to do a phase in of, say, scenario C, but articulate what a max yearly percentage increase would be in our cost recovery. Meaning, we could just say that, look, no jurisdiction will have more than an 8% increase in 1 year, and of course that means we'd have to swallow the remainder. But it would be, I do think that it sounds to me like this is not an accident, but a happenstance of the fact that our cost recovery model through the licensing is not shared in the sheltering parts of the service, even though the sheltering part of the service is relevant, right? And so the city of Santa Barbara does not benefit from that small portion. And so that's what makes this look a lot bigger. So I think is an argument for capping a yearly increase, that across the board. Of course, that just simply means that they would not be, I guess they would still be somewhat penalized by not being part of of our other services, but they would not be unduly penalized for that.
And supervisors, I mean, I don't think we're going to change the formula unless directed so, but the fact that they don't share in that revenue, if you changed that, that means that other jurisdictions would suffer. So you just have to keep that in mind.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. And that's what I was going to bring up. I understand, that somebody's Santa Barbara, you feel like is getting singled out. But if we go back and we do single them out, then I'm going to hear about it from my jurisdiction. So I'm prepared to move forward with a 5-year phase in of option C as presented, but it would be really hard for me to support anything where we kind of singled a specific city out, because then I'm going to get, then I lose support on my end. And so I think we all kind of have to, I guess the time to look at this maybe was when we came up with the methodology. Well, we didn't, but the outside organization did, but
Well, I appreciate the additional information, and maybe we just go forward with the 5-year phase in, and have a lot of robust conversations with our partners and keep everybody at the table. I mean, we are better together in these things, and the evidence with the libraries is a great example of how it isn't working well when folks devolve into their own self-interest as opposed to the collective benefits of a system where everybody shares in services. And so let's be careful, but a 5-year phase in, I think, is our best attempt at trying to soften the blow and work with our partners strategically and collaboratively.
Supervisor Williams and then Lavanino.
I do think that's an instructive experience in libraries. Everybody, 6 years ago, all this unrest started. 5 years ago, all this unrest started. Everybody was saying we can do it cheaper than the city of Santa Barbara can. That didn't end up being true at all. Everybody's paying more. Right. I mean, they're in that they're getting more because more money was put in the system, because we decided to put more money in the system. But they're getting less per dollar because, right. Yeah. And so, I think that probably should be some cautionary tale. And maybe some of it was really about control and independence, but the reason that was presented to the public was that we can do it cheaper, and it hasn't actually ended up being true. And so I guess I would be okay with moving forward if we continue to analyze, if we just run it as a scenario. If we capped, we'd be maybe losing $20,000 a year. But if we lose the economies of the scale to shelter, what do we lose a lot more than that, right? And similarly, probably the city needs to have some introspection of whether not participating with us in the other services is really going to save them that much money in the long run. So, I think it's fine to have it as part of a discussion going forward, but just let's have some thought into whether that number really makes sense.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Okay, well, there's no perfect scenario. I mean, even though we had 20 different options, which I appreciate, but yeah, there's no perfect one. So I'm going to make a motion that we would move with option C, 5-year phase in with CPI of 2.5% in years 2, 3, 4, and 5. And if you look at it in the first year, it is, it's a $37,000 increase for the city of Santa Barbara and a $29,000 increase for the city of Santa Maria. So I think those are manageable. And then as you budget out, there are $50,000 increases, and those are in anybody's budget. Those are doable. That's just a decision of whether you want to do it or not. So we have to prove that, that this will work, all of us working together. But I would move the 5-year phase in option C with a CPI of 2.5 and 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, if we can also just include staff recommendations A, C, and D in that.
Let me think about that for a second. Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that.
And I think that was the understanding when he made the motion, so he doesn't have to make another. Thank you.
And I
Madam
mean,
Clerk.
you know, let me just ask while we're here, does this, I mean, is this moving forward? Does that include that we're going to build back up the volunteer program? I mean, is that in the scope of work? and
Yes,
in the plan?
Supervisor Williams, through the chair, this is a priority for us. It has been a priority for us, unfortunately, because of the pandemic. We just didn't have, for all the restrictions, have the means of doing so. But we recognize the value and the importance of having a volunteer program, and we intend to make it one of the most robust ever.
Thanks, Paige.
And the advisory council, I'm very
Yes,
supportive of
we
that
are,
idea as well.
Our director has promised that we would have it in place hopefully by the end of the month. So as soon as she returns, we are going to eagerly get after that.
Thank you, Ms. Batson. Supervisor Hart?
No.
Oh, all right. That does it. And we're turning to item number 2, departmental item number 2. And Madam Clerk, would you read that into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the Community Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Commission for Women 2022 Women's History Month Service Awards.
And is Mr. Chapchin, he's on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair Hartman and members of the board. It's my pleasure to introduce to you the Chair of the Women's Commission, Allison Wales. It's been a pleasure working with the Women's Commission in honoring the 5 women that you'll get to see today and their contributions to our society. So with that, I will introduce Allison Wales.
Hello, Ms. Wales. Thank you for being here and waiting all morning to be here.
It's been a fascinating time. Thank you so much. So yes, I guess I'll say not good morning, but good afternoon at this point in time. After I finish the quick introduction of our award recipients, we have a small video with them actually thanking all of you. So I'm so happy to be here this afternoon to introduce some really remarkable women who we are honoring with the Commission for Women's Annual Service Awards, as well as your choices as well. Being the chair of this commission, I feel that I can be a bit biased and state that women in all facets of our lives are the proverbial single thread that holds us together at our weakest point and actually make us even stronger at our strongest union. These women that I am about to introduce are tenacious and compassionate, focused, and continually strive to make their part of our community just a little bit stronger, healthier, informed, and perhaps healed from the inequalities that life can throw at a person. The commission is proud, along with all the individual supervisors here, to recognize, honor, and celebrate their achievement of these women and the organizations that they represent. So from the first district, we have Teresa Alvarez. Teresa, and I know Teresa, she's awesome. Teresa has a passion for children in our county and some of the unique vulnerabilities of these children. No doubt she acquired this passion growing up as an undocumented student, where she learned the importance of having mentors, a strong work ethic, and a value of education. She has worked with First Five, go First Five, of Commission, the Santa Barbara Leading from Within, and she is currently the chair for the Future Leaders of America. She's also the current executive director of the Carpinteria Children Project that nurtures and supports countless families and children to help them thrive and contribute to our community. From the second district, we have Ali Cortez. She's a clinical youth outreach worker in the Santa Barbara Unified School District, a very hard, difficult job to have. And she also is founded the Star Latinx community platform and transforms and dismantles generational trauma. And as a therapist, I know this is very profound. Generational trauma is real. And it affects people in a profound way. She's a woman that engages and inspires our youth, and we are blessed to have her serve in our community as well. The third district, Once again, we have a woman that has a strong sense of purpose and community involvement. Reza Gorgi founded the San Ynez Valley News, a very rare local community-based newspaper. The Valley News provides unbiased and factual reporting with a focus on local information and issues. It is trusted by residents and businesses alike. Information regarding the community you live in is valuable and truly links the community together with stories of local success and grief. From the 4th District, I saw a quote regarding this honoree's father. She stated at one time, "He taught me the value of food through his love of farming and hard work." And I have to say, I am a transplant and I have deep roots in Iowa, in the heartland of Iowa, and all of the Iowa farmers around me growing up. So with that, I really do get her commitment and belief. So we honor Mary Marinville, who is the founder and CEO of CEG. She has saw the need to educate our children and perhaps some adults to understand the connection between our food and where it comes from. Her efforts have enabled tens of thousands of elementary school students in Central and Southern California to increase their understanding of their food journey and the part they can play, the part they can play with it. From the 5th District, we honor LaWanda Lyons Pruitt. Oh my goodness, that woman is everywhere. Personally, I think LaWanda is everywhere at every meeting, everywhere, fighting for educating injustice, equality, and racial bias. She began her career with Santa Barbara County in 1979, eventually becoming the first African-American woman in California to serve as the chief investigator of a public defender's office. Since retiring, she has become even more of a driving force within our community than ever before. She is currently the president of the Santa Maria and Lompoc chapter of the National Association of Advancement of Colored People for over 14 years. Recently, she was an advocate in educating the community regarding COVID-19 vaccinations, and that work was well received. So what we have here is hard work, compassion, education, tenacity, insight, community, and passion are the common threads these women have woven in our county to make it stronger, healthier, and we are proud to honor them. So with that, I thank you for your continued support for the commission. And due to a recent grant, you will soon hear more of us. We look forward to working even harder coming this year with an additional 4 in-person Women Speak Up events to learn more about the needs of our local women veterans, as well as educate and encourage more women to become involved on commissions and boards in our county. Who knows? Perhaps we will find a golden thread we were not aware of that is in our midst. So thank you with that.
Thank you. Would any board members like to say anything? Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, always look forward to this event, and these fantastic women deserve our recognition and encouragement for their tremendous work for the community. Thank you for your service.
You.
We appreciate it deeply. And I also wanted just to take this opportunity to thank Suzanne Peck for her service on the commission. Her term is coming up relatively soon, and just we're very, very grateful for all the work and the contributions she's made to the commission and to the 2nd District.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, number one, I want to appreciate the poetic presentation today. I thought that was almost lyrical, and the golden thread is present in my mind. And we do have some golden examples here today. And I just especially want to thank Teresa Alvarez for her contribution in addressing, good educational outcomes and social outcomes for our kids. It should be painfully obvious to us as we see the news in Ukraine that children pay for the sins of adults. And there it's so obvious. It's the sins of one man and the folks who have gone along with them. But we are not immune from that phenomena. Our mistakes, our sins are different, though. Here in Santa Barbara County, children pay for the sin of poverty and for our unwillingness to build adequate housing where they can live and thrive. They pay for our, if we don't resource education and educational programs enough. And her work to mitigate and address that is very much needed.
Supervisor Lavanina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I get LaWanda Lyons Pruitt, so I've got the all-star. You know, they say leaders test leadership when you're in the middle of a crisis. I saw a quote that said, "Rough waters are truer tests of leadership. In calm water, every ship has a good captain." And so as the leader of the NAACP, LaWanda stepped up when the waters were the roughest. I feel she's effective because she understands addressing issues like racism and implied bias works best when you focus on educating people and finding common ground to build on. And LaWanda is a hero of mine. So I can't wait to see the video.
I think we all claim LaWanda.
Yeah. Well, she is everywhere. So she
Well, I did want to just say a word about Raisa Georgie. She really understands the value of community journalism, and that is failing all around us as the business model has changed. And so it took a tremendous entrepreneurial spirit for her to launch out in the day of social media and other alternative ways. And I know I always looked every week to see what she featured, because her articles were longer and more in-depth, and she really is a gifted journalist. And the Women's Commission is really one of our most active commissions, and you're always really finding important work to do and bringing that back to the board, and your listening sessions around the county are really extraordinary. And so I just thank you, Allison, for chairing it. It's a big job because they are so active, and all the members of the commission who really throw their hearts and souls into this work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So that is the last item before, sorry. The highlight.
I'm honored to have been nominated to receive this service award alongside other wonderful women in our community. Thank you to the Santa Barbara Commission for Women and Supervisor Doss Williams. This was truly unexpected. I take great pride in being able to give back to the community through my service as ED of CCP, board member of Future Leaders of America, and founder of Santa Barbara Latino Giving Circle. The passion I have for the work I do at the Carpenter Children's Project and the other organizations that I serve stems from my own personal experiences growing up as an immigrant in California. My family benefited from the numerous programs and services that were offered, such as food banks, parenting classes, and English classes. I know the differences those services made in mine and my sister's life, and I'm proud that we can offer the same type of support for our families in Carpinteria. Alongside the wonderful team at CCP, our volunteers, donors, and board members, we're able to tune into the needs of the community and address those needs and help children succeed. Additionally, as a working mom of 2 under the age of 4, I know firsthand how important it is to have quality child care available so that my husband and I can work and continue to live in this beautiful city. We work hard at CCP to ensure that the children in our care are thriving, that their families are healthy and strong, and that our care is affordable for those who need the additional support. With so much gratitude for this award, again, thank you.
Muchas gracias, Suzanne. You are a rock star and such a blessing. I would like to take this moment to thank the County Board of Supervisors and the Commission of Women for your dedication and your support. I also want to thank my parents who taught me the importance of staying positive, taking leaps of faith, and to look at my roots as a strength. I also want to thank my husband who cheers me on and inspires me, and also the co-founders of Bienestar Latinx the people who have been working with me in this journey of collective healing and empowerment of the Latino community. The work I do has never, ever felt like a job. Making wellness accessible for marginalized youth and families is truly my joy. And it's my joy because I want to be the person that I needed when I was growing up. The world is definitely transforming before our very eyes, and we have heavy hearts. But one way to make hope a regenerative energy source is to remember that each one of us plays a very, very important role. We all can be part of the impact by creating more spaces where people feel that they belong, that they are heard, and treated with dignity. And that will have a long-lasting effect in collective and generational healing. Si se puede, mi bella gente. Thank you so much for the honor.
First and foremost, I'd like to thank the Santa Barbara County Commission for Women and 3rd District Supervisor Joan Hartman for honoring me with this award. As the founder of the San Ynez Valley Star and outgoing publisher, this is a great way to wrap up my career. I started the Star in February of 2016 with a handful of publishers and 16 pages. Newspapers around the country had been folding, but I knew the secret that others forgot about, and that was reporting local news. People want to see their kids' and grandkids' pictures in the paper, and they want to see ribbon cuttings of new businesses and stories about local people making a difference. Local news is so important because we also keep local governments in check. We report on their dealings and make sure the public is informed about their decisions and potential changes that could affect the community. We are the voice of the people. When one of the local governing bodies decided to make decisions behind closed doors, it was our responsibility to call them out and ensure the public knew. We ended up winning several state awards because of our government reporting on this issue. I'm really proud of our small team that helped keep them accountable. When the COVID-19 pandemic hit, we decided to go another route and focus on the positive aspects, such as where people could get help and stories about people stepping up to make sure their neighbors were fed and taken care of. Again, I want to thank the commission for this honor and know even though I'm not in the Valley anymore, I still have an ear to the ground and will be back often to visit. It's really one of the most special places to live because of the people who live there. Thank you so much.
I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to the Santa Barbara County Commission for Women and the Office of Supervisor Bob Nelson for recognizing SEAG, Students for Ecoeducation and Agriculture's contributions. Our mission is to educate students and the greater community about the farm origins of our food and agriculture's contribution to our nutritional well-being. Since 2008, we've educated over 100,000 students and community members to appreciate our local growers, farm workers, and the farmland that sustains us all through our youth education programs and Santa Barbara County Farm Day. I am the daughter of a dairy farm worker from upstate New York, and he would be so proud of all that SEAG has accomplished in his memory, especially this award. On behalf of my board of directors, my team at the barn, local growers, and especially the students who benefit from our programming, thank you for recognizing our work in the county. It means so much to me and my team.
This is LaWanda Lyons Pruitt, President of the Santa Maria Lompoc branch of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP. I would like to thank the Women's Commission and Supervisor Steve Lavanino for this honor. To whom much is given, much is expected. And I submit to you that much has been given. I proudly stand on the shoulders of ancestors who paved the way and made the ultimate sacrifice. for instilling in a young girl from very humble beginnings in Mississippi to be bold and courageous, to speak up and speak out, to do something, say something, to stand up for what I truly believe. I'm humbled, honored, and grateful, and I proudly accept this award in the spirit in which it was given. Thank you.
I just like to take a second and thank fellow Commissioner Peralta for putting the video together. And more importantly, since Ava's here, bless this woman. She is amazing as a support staff. So thank you for being here and helping us throughout everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, with that, and it was terrific to see those videos. Thank you so much for bringing everybody here into the room through those. It was really special. With that, then we're ready to recess. Approves. Oh, we need a motion.
I'll make a motion to receive and
Thank you.
file and follow staff's recommendation.
Yes, thank you. Need a second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Now on to what's happening at closed session. County Council.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm just waiting to see, it sounds like there's a discussion or whether the board wants to hear the last item before closed session.
That was my question to the chair. Do you want to hear the Measure A item before closed session? Mr. McAlpin is here.
We could indeed do that. I was following the clerk's recommendation, but I'm sure she wouldn't mind. And that way, Mr. McAlpin could get off to other stuff. All righty.
And Mr. McAlpin, Mr. Snedden will owe me after this.
Yes, thank you. We can make the presentation pretty short and sweet, Madam Chair and board members, in about 10 minutes. It'll be Chris Snedden is taking the lead on this.
Mr. Snedden.
And Madam Chair, members of
read
the
it
board,
into
if I
the
could
record.
read that into the record, yes. Departmental item number 3 is from the Public Works Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Measure A program of projects for fiscal years 2022 through 2023 and 2026 through 2027.
Yeah, Mr. Snedden.
Good morning, or I guess early afternoon. Chris N, Public Works Transportation. And yes, we're here to talk about the Measure A program of projects for the next 5 years. We'll be going over the 3 categories of work that we do that include Measure A, and then look at a funding snapshot of how those are funded. Then I have Mustafa Astaji here, who runs our asset management team, that's going to talk about the current state of the transportation network, and we'll finish with recommendations. The 3 basic categories of work that we do are operations, deferred maintenance, and grant-funded CIPs and programs. We do a lot of things under operations. I won't go into these too much. You saw those last week at the budget workshops. Just wanted to remind you that we also, in addition to all the roadway work, we're doing permits, permit enforcement, development review, design, traffic engineering, and construction as well. Deferred maintenance is, as we went over last week also, is the big work we do to restore the infrastructure to like new condition. That's important work that's done. And then grants and programs, which are where we really focus on leveraging our funding to bring in grants and work with the program systems to leverage any kind of funding that we can to get more work done. In terms of the funding snapshot, for operations and deferred maintenance, which are our core services, most of the funding, the way it's distributed is determined by either federal or state guidelines or regional guidelines, and then through policies of your board set the use of funding for operations versus deferred maintenance funding. We do have a ongoing deficit in both operations and deferred maintenance. So the deferred maintenance number you see at the bottom there is what we presented at the budget workshops, which is for the gap for pavement funding to try and hold the PCI or improve the PCI. And then, about $6 million a year of Measure A is going to the operational group that we mentioned. And then for programs and grants, again, like I said, we try to really leverage money as much as possible. Measure A is one of the primary sources of funding we have that has that flexibility to use for grant matches. For example, the MODOC ATP trail, or things like bridge replacements like the Floridale Bridge that's being replaced, or the Foothill Bridge in Kiama that's being replaced right now. It also serves programs like Easy Lift and Dial a Ride and transit services and bicycle and pedestrian outreach through SB Bike and Coast and things like that. This slide looks pretty complicated, but we're really focusing on the bottom half of this slide. So everything above that dotted line is how the Measure A distribution is set by the ordinance and through your work on SBCAG board that governs that. It basically, the $9.1 million comes through the local streets and roads funding to the county. Again, by ordinance, it's split south and north. And then by ordinance, there's a 10% set aside for alternative transportation. So those are all set. Then when it gets below that line to the county, those two boxes that are really gray on the left and right are the maintenance set aside. So those go to operation and maintenance. And then the two boxes in the middle below the line are the funding that we're talking to you today about, how the funding distribution. The current distribution is 100% by lane miles or 100% by need in the North County. And then in the South, it's currently 50% lane mile for 50% population. That's the piece we want to kind of focus on. There's been some effects on that through the census and redistricting that lead to some changes in how the formula would distribute the funding. And that's what we wanted to talk to you about today a little bit. These two charts illustrate the changes. So the second and first district have picked up population, while the third district has lost population. So on the population piece of that formula, that's a big change. And then on the lane mile side, the first and third have picked up lane miles, while the lane miles in the second district have been reduced. So the effect of that you can see is to the funding formulas, again, using that 50% population, 50% lane mile formula, is that there's a 16% negative impact on the third district through the current distribution. So when we looked at that, we came up with 4 different options. 3 of them are listed here at the bottom. One would be to continue with the existing 50% population, 50% lane mile formula, which has that 16% disparity in it. Another would be 25% population, 25% lane mile, which is our recommended formula, which I'll go into in a minute. Or there's the standard lane mile, strictly distributing the funding by need, which is how it's done in the North County. A fourth option would be to have no distribution. It's not a requirement to have a distribution. If that were the option that was chosen, we would use it again for leveraging for grant funds and just putting the money where we can get the most bang for the buck out of it, and then working over the 5-year program of projects to make sure that we have geographic equity as we're applying it for grants and things like that. The reason we're recommending the 25% population, 75% lane mile is because the second district, although it's getting a reduction in lane miles, the infrastructure is more urban. There's a lot of hardscape, high volume roads, trees, mature trees and landscaping and things like that do make it more expensive to maintain the roads that are in the second district particularly with IV being picked up. And so we feel like this is kind of an equitable way for distribution of the funding. And that's why we chose it as a recommendation. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mustafa Staji. He's our asset management team leader, and he's going to walk you through the current state of the system as it stands.
Thanks, Chris. Good afternoon, and thank you for the time. So I just want to switch gears a little bit and talk about what is the most updated version of the estimates that we have in the backlog. So again, tracking 5 main assets that we have in Public Works Transportation Division, we are looking at a total backlog of $294 million as of now. And there's a slight reduction compared to last year that we were able to see in the total backlog. The main contribution is actually a significant decrease in pavement backlog. And now we're looking at $134 million in our pavement asset backlog. I'll get into more details about pavement asset in a few slides, but focusing on other assets, no significant changes in our bridges and slight increases in hardscape, drainage, and traffic, which again, like if you look at the proportions of the backlog that we have, the contribution is mostly coming from pavement assets. I just wanted to highlight what the team or I would say multiple teams in Transportation Division have been working on delivering all these roadmap projects. So in the current fiscal year, so far, we finalized the construction phase of Roadmap 2021. And in parallel, we started working on design tasks of Roadmap 21 and 22. And actually in a few weeks, we'll see construction for Roadmap 21 and 22. Covering close to 29 lane miles in preventive maintenance project and 25 lane miles in the rehabilitation project. Also, we have a bonus project this year on north end of Constellation. We are excited to present a more advanced rehabilitation technique known as coal-in-place recycling. And we're really excited to see the outcome on Constellation Road. And as you can see, we are having a slightly bigger package for Roadmap 22-23. We are almost finalizing the planning phase of Roadmap 22-23, and hopefully in May, we'll present the proposed list to your board. And we're covering 32 lane miles of maintenance and 20 lane miles of rehabilitation. As you can see, we're slightly transitioning more into a heavier basket on our preventive maintenance project and kind of lighter package on rehabilitation. And below you can see some photos of the construction phase of our previous roadmap projects. You can see some before and after photos and also some hardscape projects that have been performed along all these road improvement projects. So once again, focusing on pavement assets, again, we have a total backlog of $134 million. And this is a significant decrease. And you can see compared to last year, we are observing a 7% decrease in our backlog. I just wanted to draw your attention to the same pattern, but looking at the network health indicator or PCI indicator that we follow in our database management. So you can see the historical trend of PCI performance in the past few years. You can see starting from 2010, we see a consistent declining order of PCI performance till 2019. And starting from 2019, not only were we able to maintain the existing PCI, but we increased the PCI in 2021. And as of the end of 2021 calendar year, we're looking at a PCI of 58, which is a 2 PCI point increase. It's a great news. It's a happy news for all of us. But I think I just wanted to touch on some of the factors that contributed to this improvement. First of all, we are, I guess, spending more time and investing more time strategizing the roadmap package, trying to have a more optimal input for roadmap projects and relying on applying more optimal treatments at the right time and at the right location. That's one factor. And also, I think Chris mentioned last week in the budget workshops that we are trying to have more, or I would say bigger preventive maintenance package, which helps us to cover more lane miles with cheaper treatments and at the same time avoid extra expenses that will be caused if we don't do any maintenance on those good condition roads. And last but not the least, your generous support and funding that has been allocated to roadmap projects. It's, I think, trivial to say that without money, we wouldn't be able to see all these improvements in the network. And many instances, $4 million of ARPA, $10 million of Edison funding, and so on and so forth. So again, we are so gracious for all the supports that we receive in the road improvement projects. And with that, thank you.
Supervisor Williams, you have your light on. Any other board questions?
Well, just at some point, I would love to see the previous years too. I want to kind of understand the trajectory over a lifetime, right? Which would be really useful, or as long back as you have information, but you don't need to give it today, but I just want to understand this more systemically. It looks like really in the last 12 years, on good years, we hold steady, and on bad years, we fall. And so turning that around and even outperforming Scott's prediction of one PCI point and gaining nearly 2, that's an accomplishment. And we, of course, would like to have the opposite take place. On bad years, we hold steady. On good years, we improve.
Supervisor Hart.
I think that's a great aspirational goal. I appreciate Supervisor Williams putting a highlight on it. I just wanted to express support for the new formula, the 75-25%. I'm a donor district in this new formula, but it does seem fair in the larger context, and want to help my colleagues do the job of maintaining their roads in their districts as well.
Any other comments? Do we have any public comment on this item, Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no request to speak on this item.
Well, I just, Rucker Road and that dip, it has to be the worst dip in the county, and it was so unexpected. And I have to say, I scraped my car a couple times on that before I learned. So it's good to see that that's been fixed. So any comments on staff recommendation? Could we get a motion in a second? Supervisor Williams?
I'll move staff recommendation.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
So County Council, closed session, what will we be hearing?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. There are 2 items for closed session today. The first is existing litigation under Government Code Section 54956.9, Espaillat versus Gill and County of Santa Barbara. And the second is real property negotiations, Government Code Section 54956.8. The property is the San Marcos Preserve in the 2nd District. The agency negotiator is General Services Director Jeanette Pell. The negotiating party is Channel Islands Restoration, Alamal LSC, Alamal Foundation, and Otis Califf. And under negotiation, price and terms of payment. And the time estimate is 45 minutes, maybe less.
Okay, so we'll come back somewhere between 1:15 and 1:25. So good afternoon. We're reconvening the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors, April 19th, 2022 meeting, coming back after closed session. County Council, would you report out, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session on 2 items. The first, existing litigation, Espaillat versus Gill in County of Santa Barbara. The second, real property negotiations on San Marcos Preserve, second supervisorial district, and the board took no reportable action.
Thank you. And we trailed one item, A8, from our administrative agenda. And would you read that into the record, Madam Clerk?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Administrative item number 8 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding state general fund allocation from the California Natural Resources Agency fiscal year 2021 through 2022 for the Foothills Forever project.
Thank you. And do we have any requests to speak on this item?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public on this item.
Any discussion on the part of the board, or if not, I'd take a motion.
I'll make a motion to accept the staff recommendation and also to thank both our state assembly member, Steve Bennett, and our state senator, Monique Limon, for their outstanding work in helping align this funding with this wonderful community project that preserved the Foothills Preserve forever. And their additional contribution made a huge difference at the last finish line to put that community fundraising effort over the finish line. And we're very, very grateful for their hard work and their commitment to it.
Supervisor Williams?
I will second and just thank our legislative delegation for their partnership, and of course the donors and grassroots volunteers that help make it happen.
It's been an amazing project. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. So with that, we are adjourned until Tuesday, May 3rd in Santa Barbara.